That was my bottle clinging to my glass.
A little clinging to your glass. Well, good day, YouTube, and welcome to another episode of the Albino Rhino Beer Review. Beer Dudes United. You have myself, and you have Lee Russell, Hoogly's Beer Review. Well, just Hoogly now, I guess, since he's retired. He is retired. We'll see how retired he is in a few days.
Yeah.
You know one of the beers is going to be in your box.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'll send you a bunch of other stuff too that I have. Just opening up a few things here before we continue on. That's interesting. Yeah, so anything new on your end there, good sir?
I know the brewery that's had some notoriety on Twitter and stuff like that as of late. Unfiltered Brewing here in Nova Scotia, because they say fucking in their Twitter posts and stuff like that, and unfucking filtered beer and stuff like that. Like, oh wow, you're so fucking edgy. I guess they finally released their beers this week, and they have a double IPA, an American Pale Ale, and an IPA. So rock me Amadeus. Can't wait to try those. See if it lives up to their hype campaign and their brash attitude, their sort of manufactured controversy that they've been trying to put out in social media.
Well, I actually, because what I was just opening up is all the really quick things we do from Canadian Beer News. And as you were talking about it, there it is right there, Unfiltered Brewing, opening today in Halifax.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I hope the beer's good. That's all I have to say, because they've been talking a lot of shit on Twitter and stuff. Well, not necessarily talking shit, but they've been throwing it in people's faces anyway of how edgy and cool they are. So they better fucking back it up with some beer. I mean, I think they have Greg Nash at least working on their first batch or whatever. He'll probably fuck off again and go somewhere else afterwards, and then we'll see. Then we'll really see how good they are after that. But
yeah, when they have to brew their own.
Mm-hmm.
It's always interesting with breweries when they do stuff like that. Let's bring in a stud brewmaster for the first few batches, and then let them go and see what happens.
Yeah, good example here in Nova Scotia is Authentic Seacoast, which is making absolute shitty products now. Their first couple batches were pretty good, and then, well, you've had a couple of their stuff that I sent you, the Rare Bird stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see the sort of level that they're brewing at now.
Yeah, that's it's okay.
Mm-hmm. But it's still substandard tourist beer, basically, is what it is. Authentic Seacoast is a tourist organization, essentially, that happens to have a brewery attached to it. So that's what that's all about. I guess I think it's their head chef or whatever at their facility or something is also their brewmaster. So I don't know. There might be a bit of a taps thing going on there where they're brewing in the same space that they're making food. I don't know, but
oh well, then that's a lot like the Niagara Brewery. Before we go into anything, I'll just say this: I went to the Niagara Brewing Company today, and I bought 4 types of beer because they have 4 beers that they have canned. And I'm sending out some beer mail, so I bought 4 4-packs because I have 3 beer mails going out. 4 4-packs, right? So 16 beer. Now, this is attached to the building. Well, it's part of the building that is the Guinness Book of World Records in the Rainforest Cafe. So if any of you know that, that's right in downtown Clifton Hill. It's like the heart of Tourist Central. Those 16 beers cost me $54.
Jeez. How big are the cans?
473s.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
So, yeah, I understand that they're going for tourists. It's much like the Silversmith, and they're like $8.75 for their black lager because they're in Niagara on the Lake. This is almost like 3 something for regular cans of beer because they're in Tourist Central, and people will pay it. That's the thing. It is right. People will pay it there. The thing I don't understand about these breweries that is boggling my mind, and it boggles my mind too, because Niagara Falls doesn't have all that much money. We have the tourist industry, and then nothing really. So what doesn't compute with me is how these companies are charging this exorbitant amount of money and still are able to survive the winter months when there's no tourism.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they just sucker a lot of people into buying into that support local stuff. I mean, no matter what, with just blindly support local.
I reviewed one of the beers tonight. I've tried the other ones before. None of them are bad beers. None of them are bad. It's just when you're spending almost $60 on 16 beers, it's kind of bad. Just because of the price. The beer is not bad at all. But I mean, like, one of them was a peach radler. The peach radler was probably the best craft radler I've ever had. But at like $3.45 a can, why am I not just buying Rickards or Stiegel or any of the others, Waterloo, any of the other radlers that are almost $1 cheaper?
Oh yeah, I'd fucking throw it right. I throw all my money at Stiegel.
Yeah, like, I love the Stiegel, and it is what it is. It's a good little brewery, and again, it's owned by people that I know are basically just about the money. It's owned by Niagara Hotels, so there's a reason why it's the way it is. But it's a sad thing because Niagara Falls really did need a good brewery, because you've been to the only other one we really have in the city itself. You've been to Taps, which is Taps and Syndicate combined.
Yeah.
And we needed somebody that actually knew how to brew, and these guys know how to brew, but they don't know how to price it. Well, they know how to price their product for tourists, but that's it. And I mean, they will make a shitload of money. They will. But I don't know how they'll do afterwards when people can go to Niagara College and get a bomber for $5, or go to, Taps, because there's a lot of people that love Taps, and get their growler for $10, or go to Silversmith and not buy the bottle, but get a pint for like $4 something at the bar. Like, they do have a lot of competition that I don't think they're putting into thought here.
Are they planning on going to any festivals with their staff?
I'm not 100% sure. I'll find out next year.
Yeah,
because I'll invite them, because they are Niagara Falls, so I'll have to invite them, and we'll see if they go. Taps ignores my invites, so we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, no one wants Taps anyway. Fuck them.
No, but I still have to send it to them, just so I can say it's been sent. Just so I can say, yes, I did my job. They just don't want to come.
It'd be really funny is if they got a kitchen there in Brimstone or whatever. They'd have to set up their booth in the kitchen. That would be kind of ironic.
Yeah. So I guess we can jump right into into some of these quick Canadian beer news things. Since it's just me and you, it doesn't matter what we do, eh? Molson Coors is bringing Blue Moon to Canada as Belgian Moon. First off, that's good. Blue Moon's a good beer. Now, here's where I look at it immensely, because everybody would argue that Rickard's White and Blue Moon were the exact same beer, and I was always saying they're not, and people would tell me I'm on crack. Well, it is kind of illegal to sell the exact same beer under a different name, especially if you're the same company owning it. So it does prove that there's at least something different in the recipes. Probably not much. It's probably like one thing different, maybe a different hop, maybe a different malt. Something has to be different in the two of them.
Yeah, well, I suspect with in the case of Blue Moon, they seem like, even though they are a pseudo craft brewery, they seem to take their stuff a bit more serious than say Rickards does. Like the level of products I've had from Blue Moon, I've never had the original Blue Moon, but I've had several of their other brands, and I've found them all to be pretty good. Like, definitely better than the Rickards stuff here in Canada. So I think they probably do a slightly better job. Like, they have the largest, like pretty much the largest facility going where they make that shit anyway. Like, they've got everything at their disposal. So it'll be interesting to get one and do a side by side with Rickard's White just for the fuck of it, right?
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I'm going to look forward to, is being able to actually do a side by side. And again, just for them to be able to do what they're doing, there has to be something different, but it doesn't have to be anything big. I mean, what does look at toaster companies, for instance, like Procter Silex, Hamilton Beach. They're both the exact same company. They're both the exact same components. All they do is change the outside of it so that it isn't the exact same thing. And one's $45 and one's $15.
Yeah, I suspect. I suspect it'll be just. I suspect that the Blue Moon, when it does show up here, we'll probably first be getting the United States stuff for a while, and then it'll
Yeah.
just start getting brewed here, and that will be the real test of what it's like then, because they'll probably change some stuff around at that point, and you'll be getting the water here in Canada instead of the water down there. Um, I suspect the only difference is like a slight change in the grain bill anyway in both
Yeah,
years.
that's the only thing I would think is probably just slight grain bill change. Maybe one of them has corn and one of them has rice or something like that.
Yeah. Well, Blue Moon probably has more wheat in it.
Yeah.
Hey, Guy, how you doing?
That's good. The webcam not working.
No, you might want to turn it off and reset again, like in the little control thing up in the top of your window there. That sometimes does it. I seem to have that problem quite a bit these days on Google Plus. So
See what I can do.
yeah.
In your neck of the woods, well, in Nick's neck of the woods, Picaroons is releasing its limited edition ESB 231.
That sounds interesting.
6.2% alcohol, moderately malty, moderately hoppy, and extremely tasty. All New Brunswick beer.
That would be interesting to put side by side with their best bidder, because I sort of consider their best bidder to be an ESB, really. So that'd be interesting to see what the difference is.
Yeah, what other quick little news points do we have here? Oh, Bose continues its farm table series with Hellas Lager. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Go organic. Yeah.
And that's part of the Wild Oat series. It's going to be 4.7% alcohol. For a farm table series, 4.7 is probably just slightly higher than it should be, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't know quite if I would think of a Hellas as a farm table, Saison, Goza, that sort of thing, sure, but I don't know.
I guess they're just getting away with it by having the different grains and stuff going on it, right?
And you'll run out of farm table styles quickly enough anyway. So
yeah, I'm surprised they've gone this long with beer styles and doing the different variations in grain and stuff. Like they've had quite a few of those series gone by now over a few years. Yeah.
Then out comes another piece of information here. Great Lakes is bringing back the Octopus for another fight. That would be the Octopus. The Octopus wants to fight IPA, and the Octopus says, "Do not tell me to drink this beer fresh." So 6.2% alcohol, 80 IBU, unfiltered IPA. And this is the story on it. Our pet octopus is a bit of a jerk. He's that guy who has a couple, then either tells you how much he loves you or threatens to fight you. So we brewed this IPA with 8 varieties of hops and 8 types of malts. We targeted 88 IBU and 8.8% alcohol to appease him. Sadly, when he found out we'd fabricated all of the above info, it only made him more volatile. We were starting to realize that octopus was a poor choice for a pet.
What are they going for? They're going for more like a malt-based IPA than a hop-based one. If they're saying don't bother drinking it fresh.
Yeah, it was an interesting one when I had it. It was hoppy, but a lot of malt too. Yeah.
Interesting. And we can see Guy now
There we go.
in all his glory. What are you drinking tonight, sir?
Brasa, the Dumb Dominator. I think it's a quad.
Ooh, interesting. Cool. I guess I should probably show what I'm drinking too, since we got enough people in here now. I was drinking the newest Boxing Rock, which is their Bottle Blonde, which is a blonde beer with rye malt in it, 35% rye malt. It's okay. I'm probably going to send a bottle of that to you and Rhino when I send out your packages. And Boxing Rock Crafty Jack English Ale is what I'm on now. I don't know if I sent that to you or not. I can't remember. I know I've sent you a couple Boxing Rock, but...
Oops, no, it's a double Weizenbach.
Double Weizenbach. Interesting.
8%.
I have no idea what Rhino's drinking right now. But, Yeah, let's refresh the old comments page while Rhino's away. It says we got like 4 people watching here, so I can see if anyone's left a comment yet. Oh yeah, we got a couple comments. My friend Jim Sear saying, "Evening, gents, is watching a bit before bedtime." Hey Jim, have a good one, sir. I'm not going to be able to join in on the Monday night hangout this weekend if there is one. I can't remember anymore, but I'm working. And Strat Beer says, "Great pod. Cheers, Rhino." Well, thank you very much. Should be cheering all of us though, because we're all part of this great endeavor, and we all are integral parts to it, and make it so much better than if it was just Rhino sitting here blabbing. So.
Sorry, guys, I had to deliver a blankie.
Oh, well, it happens.
Yeah.
So what are you drinking, by the way, there, Chad?
Nothing yet. Let's see. What should I pour into my glass? I'm going to drink. Oh, just to get people even more angry at me because of the glass I showed you, I'm going to drink this in that glass. It's called Amber A,
Ooh.
which is from Niagara Brewing Company. It's a amber lager, and I'm going to drink it in this glass, my booby glass. And to anyone that says anything, that was sent to me by a viewer. Anything that is sent to me by a viewer, I will drink from, regardless of what the cup is, for the most part. There is a penis glass out there where you cup the balls and you drink from the shaft. Would I drink out of the penis glass before I hear, "Oh, you're a misogynist"? Yes, I would drink from the penis glass. But just like the boob glass, I wouldn't buy it. So if somebody bought it for me, I'd drink out of the penis glass. And I think most of us are like that. Don't care what we drink out of.
Yeah, here's the question, though. Would you drink out of the swastika glass?
Ooh.
If there is such a thing, there probably is.
There most likely is.
That's gotta be a pain in the ass to clean, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the boobs fill up too.
Well, you just flip the symbol around. It's a symbol for, like, good luck, right?
Anyway, to answer your question, no, I would not drink from a swastika glass unless if it was just a glass with a swastika on it. No, I wouldn't do that. If it was actually shaped like one, I could probably say it was something else. Then it would be kind of cool. It's a fan.
Yeah,
Man.
it's a ninja star.
No, yeah, a ninja but no. There are things that I don't agree with, and we all know that but for the most part, I have a good sense of humor. I think that glass is hysterical. I understand that some people will look at it and be offended by it,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and it kind of offends me that nobody has a sense of humor. It's a boob glass. It's a boob glass, and there's a penis glass. There's an asshole glass where you actually sip out of the asshole. So I mean, it's funny.
Yeah. I get offended by stuff. I don't start a social media campaign and try to have you kicked off the internet because I disagree with you.
Yeah. I guess we can continue on. This is interesting. Phillips, their Barnstormer Saison IPA is now available.
Saison IPA.
Yeah, Barnstormer Saison IPA. Now we talk a lot about lawsuits and all that. I wonder if Barnstormer would ever send Phillips a cease and desist for calling their beer a Barnstormer.
Depends on how big they are. I don't know. Usually it's when bigger craft brewery sees a smaller craft brewery pulling some shit.
Yeah, I know. It's Barnstormer's smaller than them. But anyway, Saison IPA. It combines two popular craft beer styles into one. So aren't you just basically making a Belgian IPA then?
Yeah, really. The more impressive thing would be able to pull off like a Saison Session IPA. Like, mention that, like a traditional alcohol level for a Saison, and then essentially get sort of the typical Saison characteristics if there is such a thing, but then also add in like all the IPA complexity and flavor. That would be an interesting thing to pull off.
Yeah, this is 7.2% alcohol, so it's not.
Yes.
Oh, Central City, best known for their Red Racer lineup of beers. They're taking over brewing of the Rhino beers for Earl's Kitchen and Bar. Rhino Ales used to be the Albino Rhino Ales until the albino woman from BC freaked out and went to the Human Rights Tribunal, and they had to drop the Albino Rhino name.
That's how you do. I fucking hate those albinos, and they're bitching about shit all the time.
So now the exclusive house beers that are offered are Rhino craft beer instead of Albino Rhino craft beer, which I'm okay with because it means that I can technically try and make an Albino Rhino beer later on, and yeah, I'd probably be sued for it by her, and I'd be like, but I'm albino.
Okay, you know what the really thing is now you got to get some of these Americans coming up and trying to sue these guys for selling this beer because Rhino can be an acronym for Republican in name only. So you can get all these politicians from the U.S. start to sue them. It'd be awesome.
Now, Central City is the 8th brewery in British Columbia and Alberta to be commissioned to brew house beers for Earls over the last 30 years. Whistler Brewing was the previous holder of the contract. The Central City version of Rhino's beers are on tap now at Earl's locations in BC, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. Production of beer for the Ontario locations of the chain will continue to take place at Muskoka. So here's the thing with this guy, okay? These house ales have had 8 breweries make it for Manitoba over, and just Muskoka here in Ontario, but you cannot have consistency when there is a different brewery every year doing it.
No.
And across the whole country, you're not going to have a consistent house ale when Central City's making it out in BC and Muskoka's making it here. They're still not going to be the exact same.
Yeah, unless they're shipping their water out or something like. But yeah, and it's just they obviously don't give a fuck. They just want someone to make. And I bet you, has anyone ever had any of their beers? Because I bet you they're not all that good.
I've had one. I've had one of their pails, and yeah, it's.
I'm guessing they're just substandard, middle of the road stuff that just about any brewery can brew to a decent sort of fit it in a sort of a decent slot where it's similar enough that no one's ever going to fucking care or notice. So. Yep.
Yeah, you are correct. I got 4 more before we all take any comments, and we'll move on to actual news articles. Nickelbrook released its Brew Lab series, which is their summer mix pack. The Brew Lab series is basically all their standard brands. If you've never tried them, you get a chance. Naughty Neighbor American Style Pale Ale, Cause and Effect Blonde, which is the beer that replaced Nickelbrook Draft, which was an amazing budget beer.
Mm-hmm.
Equilibrium ESB, and Continental Drift Belgian Style Pale Ale. All 4 are canned, all 4 are 473 milliliters, and all 4 combined come to $11.50. So price actually isn't bad for 4 pints, basically.
It's good. I had Equilibrium. It was all right. It wasn't an ESB, but it was pretty good.
Yeah. Bose announces Bushfire, as the latest Wild Oat series. So Bushfire is 5.8 ABV ale brewed using Robois. I forget how to fucking say it. That South African tea.
Rubios.
Yeah, Rubios.
That's interesting.
And honeybush tea. Along with rose. I want this beer.
That sounds really interesting.
I really want this beer.
Now, is it light body or is it medium body?
Those teas usually give off a very light body in a beer. I've had a few beers that use the whatever the fuck you said. Rubios, yeah. I've had a few that. That's not the way I was told to say it last time I did it. That's why I'm all confused now.
Oh, well, fuck whoever told you, because who gives a shit?
Yeah, I don't really. But, that actually was really, really good. I had it in a beer from Montreal, from the Brewery of Montreal. They do one. And it was an amazing beer. And honeybush tea is something that I've actually drank a few times. Some of my friends bring it back when they come back from their missionary work. And, yeah, it sounds fun.
Yeah. I like tea flavors in beer.
Yeah, so do I. It'll be available Thursday, July 30th at the Bose retail store and BYBD delivery service. Distribution to select stores in Quebec to follow.
That's the most interesting thing they've come up with since Channel Ocho, from the sounds of it.
Yeah, that actually really does intrigue me. New Ontario Brewery opening. New Ontario Brewing opening soon in North Bay. So that's its actual name, is New Ontario Brewing Company.
Oh, Jesus. That's really, a lot of creativity went into that fucker. Their marketing department should be getting, like, raises.
Yeah, that's it's actually taking the name from a brewery that was open in North Bay from 1907 until it was destroyed by a fire in 1915.
Were they the old brewery? Was that their name? Old?
No, it was called New Ontario back then too.
Oh, okay. Because that would be kind of clever then.
But, that really would be. Once it's up and running, the brewery will offer samples, bottles, and growlers in their retail store and tasting room. No, really? For more information, see their webpage. I don't even give a crap. It doesn't even list what type of beer they're going to have, but if I had to guess, I'd suffice to say a pale ale, a IPA, and a blonde lager.
Yeah, sounds like it. Or they might get really inventive and get a double IPA going there.
They might, but I'm not.
Session IPA first.
And the last bit of news from the CBN before we go on to let the retired one do his great job of comments, if there is any, is Collective Arts in Nickelbrook opening Arts and Science Brewing next month. So this is the old Lakeport facility that had been bought by Labatt. Labatt brewed Lakeport there for a little while and then closed it, and they held it forever. They wouldn't let anyone buy it because they didn't want another brewery to get in there. Once John did this partnership with the Collective Arts, and they bought the building. They bought the old equipment from your neck of the woods, Nova Scotia, from Sleeman's, and they shipped that down here. That stuff's huge. And he got into the building, he started setting it up, and they found out that somebody had poured concrete down all the drains.
Wow.
Oh, I wonder who that could have been. And that's
your ex-girlfriend?
That's why it took so long for this place to open up, was all the drains had to be redug. I also remember he had sent in, there was a story about him sending in the very first contractor group to do some preliminary stuff before they even found out that the drains were filled. And they went in, and nobody told them that the last time this building was used was to film a vampire movie. So apparently they opened the door, and there was like pentagrams drawn all over the ground, and like blood down the walls and all that. And the contractor said, "Fuck this," and they took off.
Man, I'd find if I was the new owners, I'd find the previous guys who were on the books responsible for being the owners, and I'd get me up a boot fucking party and go over to their house and.
Well, that would be Labatt.
Yeah.
This is a 40,000 square foot brew house. It's huge.
Man. That's just the big breweries, they're not scared of the little guys and stuff. They don't see us as competition. Yeah, fuck that, they don't. They basically salted the earth in that facility before they left. That's what they did.
Well, yeah, and that is the thing about this whole experiment he did, right? He spent a lot of money getting that building. He had to have city council pressure too, because they're like, "You've been holding this building for this long, doing absolutely nothing with it. It's an amazing part of our port area. We want something in it." And so it was government pressure as well as a lot of money that got the building into his hands. Then he bought a huge upgrade to his brew house, goes in there and finds out he has to spend millions on the drains that were sabotaged. Straight up sabotaged. Like, that's what it was. Like you said, salting the earth. And it's the way it is. They didn't want a brewery there because of the location, because of the taxation there, because of everything, and they made sure it was going to be super hard for anyone to get in there.
Yeah, scumbags. Hope y'all get cancer.
Now to drink out of my booby glass.
That's right. Awesome. All right, so I guess we'll move to comments here for a second. See if there's anything new. Okay, let's see. Oh, we got Greg Dullhand Brewing on here. He says, "Evening, gents, and the really weird French guy. Cheers."
Good day, Gregory. Good
Hello,
day.
Greg.
Something.
Yeah, Greg says you're a really weird French guy, Guy.
You need at least
Right,
one.
though.
I only need one.
He is 100% correct.
Yeah. Marty Fowler says, "Hey guys, drinking the best beer I can find at my local beer store, Goose Island IPA." Oh my God, that's the best you can find at your local beer store. I feel sorry.
Well,
for
he
him.
did say the beer store, right? So that's probably
Yeah,
true. I mean,
guess.
at my local beer store, the best I could find was Flying Monkeys, 12 minutes to Destiny. That was fucking awesome. But yeah, other than that, it would probably be like Rickard's Radler.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you think about Goose Island IPA there, Marty, but I do feel sorry for you either way, whether you like it or not. And Jim Sear says, "Concrete? Ha! Hey, easy to laugh when you're not trying to buy that brewery, dude."
Or when you didn't just spend millions buying the brewery thinking you were just going to hook your shit up and go.
Yeah, that's, man, that would make me want to go and commit murder on the streets. That's just...
I was gonna say we sound like a Dick Tracy movie bad guys. Albino Rhino, Babyface, the Frenchman.
Is that it for our comments? Are
Yeah,
we able
that's
to
it.
move on? Yeah, okay. Good day, Jim. Good day, Greg. Good day, Marty. And yeah, I didn't dislike Goose Island IPA, but yeah, it's sad that when that beer is like the top of what you can get.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it a pass, but I mean, come on, that stuff is...
And to our 8 viewers that are here, usually if you're new to the show, usually there's more people here. We do invite pretty much anyone onto the panel that wants on the panel just to come and say hi and take a drink. If you have anything you want to question or comment, go ahead. Usually every 1 or 2 topics we get into it. So sometimes you get read within a few minutes. Sometimes it takes 10 minutes. We apologize for the time it takes sometimes, but it's the way it is. First and foremost for our news articles is this one that a lot of people have been talking about since last weekend: Firestone Walker and Duvel Mootgart. Duvel, right now it's considered a partnership, but it is known that Duvel is buying them, and come later this year, the final contract will be written, and they will then own Firestone Walker, they will then own Omegang, and they will then own Boulevard in the U.S. I've heard a lot of people freaking out about this because what about the parabola? Duvel will do great things for them. They'll get them better distribution. They'll get them better marketing. They'll get them... for fuck's sakes, I just had my first Boulevard beer that showed up at the LCBO here, and a second Duvel beer showed up. More Omegang is coming to Ontario, and that's all because of the money coming from Duvel pushing it up into here. Duvel is not Anheuser-Busch. It is not Molson Coors. It is a craft brewery. It's not that big. It just has lots of money because it's huge in Europe.
Yeah, it's a traditional family-run, essentially craft brewery. I mean, they don't usually say craft brewery over there, but essentially it's the same damn thing. And they, like we said, they have Omegang, they have Boulevard. They haven't fucked with them. They kept all the same people employed. All they've done is up their distribution for them, and at the same time, it gives Duvel more distribution as well. It gives them more inroads into bigger markets, and it's a win-win for both.
Well, yeah, because now they have Boulevard's distributor is technically payroll to them. The same with Omegang, the same with Firestone Walker. They have ways of getting into all 3 of those markets now, and they have more push to get into Ontario. Going, well, this is our whole portfolio. There has to be something you want.
Yep. I mean, you sit there and poo-poo on it and get all crybaby about it. You tell me that any Canadian beer fans, especially who are getting all pissed off about this, who are worried. Wait until you start seeing fucking Parabola showing up in mass in Ontario in the next couple of years or whenever. Then tell me how bad it is.
Who cares about Parabola? Just anything. Even if I see Easy Jack or Wookie Jack sitting on the shelves, yeah. Like Double Jack, any of their fucking beers. They make some good beers. The Pivo Pils is one of the Pilsners I love, and I don't like Pilsners. I mean, this is the things that will happen thanks to that happening. Again, the first Boulevard beer I've ever been able to buy in Ontario hit shelves just recently. I had my first Boulevard beer that way. And, well, I believe my first. I may have had one. I may have had one before at one of the bottle shares for the festivals. I don't know for sure. All I know is it's the first one I've ever bought, and it was good. I'm really intrigued by it. I'm really intrigued by the brewery. I hope to get more. But in contrast, this is the first brewery they've bought that doesn't specialize in Belgian-style beers. So that's the only thing I'm curious about, if they're going to try and push them to do more Belgian styles, or if they're going to leave them completely alone.
Well, they might, but interesting trivia for Duval, for the Mookart brewery or whatever. When they were first formulating Duval was based on an English-style beer, and Firestone Walker, of course, are English-style, essentially. So it'd be kind of interesting. I think it's more their brewing processes and stuff that they just feel like they're sort of a perfect fit with Duval. I'm just making an assumption there, a wild assumption, but it seems like they probably share a lot of the same sort of brewing practices and traditions to some extent. So it probably felt like a really perfect fit for them.
Yeah, and again, I'm not dissing it at all. I'm excited, and I know there are a lot of people that aren't, and there are a lot of people that are. And one of these days, this stuff isn't going to be news. All these takeovers won't matter anymore. But we're still in such a young time for craft beer. If you think about it, it's like 30, 35 years. Still fairly young. And that's going way back, right? Not like 20 years is probably modern craft beer. 30 to 35 years is what was the inception of what's in the modern craft breweries now. I mean, Dogfish Head is only, 20 years old now?
Yeah.
So you're looking at 20 to 30 years. People are still freaking out when stuff is bought, but these family breweries will get sold, because this is what's going to happen. Guy starts a brewery. Guy's now 60. He doesn't want to put all the time in anymore. Goes to his kids. Do you want the brewery? They say no. Well, guess what Guy has to do now? He has to either continue working for no reason because the kids don't want it, and they'll just dismantle it when he dies, or sell it for a good coin right then and there. And you're going to see a lot more of it as these small breweries, their brewers get older. You're going to see it more because these guys aren't going to have the turnaround. They're not going to have all the family that wants it. Nickelbrook should stick around, because I know that John's kids are in the brewery brewing quite often too. So that will stick around, but not everybody wants to be a brewer. Not everybody wants to be in the industry. Not everybody wants to give up your weekends all summer because of festivals and this and that and this and that. Not everybody wants to do it. It is a hard job. People think it's just glamorous. It is a hard job. It takes up a lot of time. There's a lot of time that you're not getting paid for, and not everybody wants to get into it.
Yeah. Here's a question. Do either of you guys think that any of the current craft breweries that we know and love today are going to manage to last, like, say, 150 years, like some of the big guys have at this point?
See, I think in that aspect it comes down to your growth potential. And because if you grow, you have a chance of lasting forever. Whether or not they'll last as a family-owned or not, I don't think that you're going to see a lot of family-owned still, like that started now, then. Just because they seem to get huge and then sell to either a bigger craft brewery or to the big guys, because, like I was just saying, people aren't really seeming to be into it. But I could see Big Rig be around just because they now have 2 production facilities. Mill Street has a huge facility. I could see them be around. Steam Whistle, I can see them being around. Nickelbrook, even Beyond the Pale, now that they have a giant building. Once you start putting more and more money into these giant buildings, I think you have a better chance of still being around. The breweries like Bellwoods that everybody loves, well, they're getting a second. So let's skip over them. The breweries that everybody loves that are smaller are the ones I think that you'll see disappear to the wayside.
What about you, Guy?
First thing came to mind as well was Big Rig, of course. Well, Mill Street. It's just when they get so big, you can almost tell by how the beer is if they really want to keep going, or they want to sell fast. Yeah. Some of them just stop caring progressively, you can tell, but yeah. But I really hope that Beyond the Pale does last forever.
Yeah, see, the thing with those ones, like I was saying, that once they're bigger, they have such a push to get to other parts of the market. I mean, Mill Street is hitting a lot of Canada. It's hitting some parts of the U.S. Like, as soon as you have the ability to go elsewhere than just your province, you have a better chance of survival.
See, I asked the question because I was watching like the tail end of our good friend Jay's examination of some piss water thing from Mexico, and one of the guys on his panel said they were talking about how like one of these breweries was like 150 years old this year or something like that. He said, "You won't see a lot of them craft breweries getting that old, I don't think." You know, as if that was something to hold over craft breweries' heads.
Well, because they're not very old.
Mm.
I mean, a lot of these breweries have opened up in the last decade. How do you expect them to be 150 years old right now?
Yeah. And they're definitely never gonna dominate the market like the big guys have for the last century and a half or more, you know.
And then you have things like Prohibition in the U.S. that killed a lot of breweries, which is why there wasn't so many that survived it. You have things like Temperance up here that killed a lot of breweries. I mean, the reason why you see a lot of these breweries that have lasted that long is a lot of breweries that have been around forever are either European or South American and all that, where this stuff didn't happen. You didn't have in the U.S. What do they have? The oldest brewery in the U.S. is technically a craft brewery. So, Yuengling is the oldest brewery in the United States.
Yeah.
Yuengling is a craft brewery, technically. I actually like a lot of what Yuengling makes. It's not top-end stuff, but a lot of what they make is good. Oldest brewery in the U.S., so you can laugh about Coors and all that being old as much as you want. Oldest brewery in the U.S. is a craft brewery.
Yeah, and I just it has brought it to mind because I remember conversations that we've had and I've seen other people have over the last couple of years about how some people think that a lot of these breweries are going to become just local, regional, not even regional, like just like local neighborhood things, like you see in Britain all the time, like how that culture used to be. Maybe we're sort of moving towards what Britain was like half a century ago or more, you know. So before the big guys started killing all the small breweries.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree with that too. You are seeing a lot of breweries that are becoming just figureheads in their community and not really going outwards. Oh, excuse me. Silversmith, for example, figurehead of Niagara-on-the-Lake. If you go to Niagara-on-the-Lake, you're going to Silversmith to see what it's about. However, you go anywhere else, you're probably not seeing a Silversmith beer because they're not going to the LCBO, not going to the beer store, selling solely in their brewery and to a few select licensees that are craft beer bars.
Oh yeah, that's right. They don't play that game, do they? They don't go. Yeah. Yeah. Hey there, Greg. How you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Yourself?
Good. What are you drinking? Don't say water.
Well,
Black Oak.
no, I'm at work, so it's still water,
Oh
unfortunately.
Jesus Christ! You at least sneak a couple beers into work. Come on, dude.
Well, not on a weekday anyway. Maybe on a week.
Man.
So yeah, I'm just old boring.
By the way, we'll the podcast this weekend. We'll get to all your questions. We already recorded it. It's just because of our work schedules and stuff, I had to fucking juggle a couple of podcasts around and shit. So.
Oh, you know what? They're there for the answering or ignoring. I just throw them out there, and you do what you wish with them.
Oh no, we love them. We love getting to any questions or comments. So just wanted you to know, just in case you were waiting for the answers.
Oh no, well, I know I know the one you're on now is sort of one I think you recorded like a month ago, and you split up a couple times.
Yeah.
Alrighty, before we move on, any more questions out there?
We got one more comment from Jim Sear. He says, before I transfer from the laptop to the tablet, or maybe pass out, just wanted to mention that Bishop Cellar in Halifax brought in 5 Evil Twin brews, Molotov Light, Ashtray Heart, and Little B, and a few I can't remember. Those 3 I've tried and are fantastic, even with the $5 minimum price tag per bottle. Interesting.
And good day, Strat Beer. Good day.
Yeah, I forgot to mention him. We covered some comments while you walked away there earlier. So.
Oh, sorry. I had to deliver something, so I had to run for a bit.
Oh shit! Sounds like fucking Greg's gonna be attacked by ninjas.
No, just pirates today.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so moving on down the list, since that was actually one of our better topics, or we stayed on topic the whole time.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're not drunk enough yet.
Here's our next one. This one will get you guys going. Lululemon branded beer hits shelves this summer.
What the fuck is Lululemon?
Lululemon is super expensive yoga clothing. It really accentuates butts and such. It does. But yeah, super expensive stuff. I'm curious how expensive this Lululemon beer is going to be. Yoga might pair more naturally with, say, green tea or a tall glass of water than calorie-filled beer. But yoga giant Lululemon is entering the craft beer game this summer with Curiosity Lager, made by Vancouver's Stanley Park Brewing.
A lager, really? That's what they're
really.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Come on, if you're gonna be doing the yoga thing, I mean, you should be doing a tea beer of some sort. Like really, it should be like a green tea beer or some sort of natural, organic, herbal kind of beer. It should not be Curiosity Lager. The curiosity is, why the fuck did you even bother in the first place? That's what I'm curious about.
My curiosity is, will it be as overpriced as the pants?
Are they really expensive, are they?
Oh, they're expensive, man.
My curiosity is, are they going to have to recall the beer because it's see-through?
Yeah, they didn't have to recall the pants. They just did it because they didn't want to get in trouble.
Well, all I can say is, God bless them, because there's still a lot of ladies at my gym that apparently didn't hear about the recall.
Well, right there, between my booby glass and Greg being in the chat, we're screwed.
Yeah. What's going to be on the labels of these? That's what I want to know.
Right now, they don't look anything weird. They just are like Curiosity Lager by Lululemon.
Come on now, you got to put some asses on those labels if you're going to be.
I'm gonna drink this next. The Beer Devil IPA by Niagara Brewing Company.
Ooh. Interesting.
Don't worry, you're gonna get to try all of them there.
I'm a very happy man.
Even though you'll never review them, you'll just do them on a chat.
That's right. I'll just drink them and not say anything about them.
Excuse me.
He'll drink his beer like a normal person.
That's right.
There we go.
Fill up those titties.
I filled them with head.
Hey, it just looks like it's wearing like a very low bra now.
No one bra.
Like sexy underwear. That's what it's wearing.
Some lingerie.
Yeah.
Some lingerie. And again, because people are probably new to this, if this was sent to me, I'm going to drink out of it. If you want to send me the penis glass that's online, I'll drink out of the penis glass. That's right. I'll wrap my mouth around the penis. If there's beer in it.
If you got a transgender glass, we'll get him to drink out of that too if you send it to him. Whatever, you know.
All I can do is fit a whole straw through the... Yeah, I'll still... whatever. Anyway. So yeah, the Lululemon stuff. I find it hysterical that there's so many bands, so many TV shows, so much gimmick beer to begin with. And my curiosity is if this is going to be a rebrand of something that Stanley Park already makes, or an entirely new recipe. I can't see it being an entirely new recipe, only because Lululemon would have to make the recipe then, and I don't think they have a brewmaster anywhere on staff. They might, who knows? But
what kind of yeast are they going to use?
What kind of yeast? Yoga yeast. Yogis. I'm going to be interested to try it, just to try it, but I'm sure it's just going to be a regular bland POS lager. Is that a problem? No, you do whatever you want, but I mean, just because it says Lululemon, it's going to cost a lot more than it should, and that is the long and short of it.
Dale wants you to send him an invite.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. if you, like you said, you're on new computers. I don't know if you have him on your thing on that computer. If not, I think I can. I could send him a link in the. Actually, I could just put I think a join link on the
Do that. That's easy.
event. What one do I have to pick? Your event page, maybe. No.
Up at the top in the invite thing. When you go
Oh
to
yeah.
invite people. Okay, while he's doing that, I'm going to talk about this one. This is from the Behind the Beer website, which is a Miller Coors website. So yes, it is Miller Coors generated. But one of the questions it asks is, why is it so tough? What is so tough about making light beer? And I mean, in all honesty, that is a question that should be asked by everybody, including light beer guys. Craft beer guys, because light beer is hard to do, be it a mild, be it a light, be it whatever, because you do not have that body, you do not have that ABV, you do not have that complexity to hide any imperfections. So your beer has to be perfect when you brew it. And it comes down to just that. It has to be perfect when you do it. Sometimes it isn't something you like. Like, I personally don't care for Coors Light and all that, but does it have any imperfections? No. Does it taste good, though, to me personally? No, and that's what it comes down to. One of the comments on here is that, where is it? Let's find that great one that I really liked. Miller Lite has over 1,100 flavors, but it's so crisp and clean.
Oh yeah. A lot of hops in those ones.
But like, I mean, I basically get one flavor from Miller Lite, and that's water. Is it a bad beer? No. Is it a good beer? No. Who cares? Either way, who cares? If you like light beer, you like light beer. But it is true. It is hard to make light beer. And my question would be, why is there not more breweries, more craft breweries at least? Because I don't think a craft brewery should be making a light lager anymore. I think the adjunct lager should be left to the big guys. Not because I don't like it, but because when a craft brewery makes a light lager, it actually pisses me off, because they don't make a light lager. They go, hey, let's throw as many hops into this as we can. And yeah, that's not what a light lager should be. A light lager should just be drinkable. That's all. It should be low ABV, drinkable all day to anybody. It shouldn't be just to a hop head. It shouldn't be this. It shouldn't be that. It should just be drinkable. But why are not more craft breweries doing English mild styles? Because those are full-flavored dark beers at 3 to 4% alcohol. I want that. I want more of that. I want more of that in my mouth, in and around my mouth. I want it to even go up my nose. I don't care. I want more of that.
Yeah, I can't find a link to send Dale, so I don't know what's going on. I thought I could, but I can't. I think I need, like, permission to send a fucking join link or whatever.
There you go.
Ah, there we go.
Big E's here. Good day, Big E.
Hey, good day, guys.
And yeah, like we were just talking about, why is it so hard to make a light lager? Do you think more people should make light lagers or light beers in general? Do you care about light beers? And we're not just talking about Coors Light and all that, just light beers in general. Again, if I had more full-flavored, balanced light beers from a craft brewery, I'd be okay. But what a lot of them do just pisses me off. And it is a hard thing to make. I mean, the great thing about being a macro company is you have a computer that tests everything the whole way through, so that you know it's perfect right to the end. Because if there's any imperfection, it's showing.
Dale, check the comments, update them on the YouTube video page. I put a join link in there for you to join, and of course anyone else who wants to come and join in, as long as they're not a douchebag.
Oh, well, man, you just opened up the floodgates. Portals of hell have been opened.
Are you drinking anything today, Murray, or are you just...
No, I'm not.
God damn it.
I know, sorry, man. Yeah, you know what's going to happen? Raining on your parade, or the other guy, Winners Coming, are going to join in because you put that down there. We're screwed.
Yeah, well, they're your favorite people, so...
They're the same person, I know it. I'm being trolled by one. To answer Chad's question, though, but Chad, actually, it's a good point. When I was attempting to get into home brewing, and then I just realized I didn't have time to do it, but one of the things I read up on, and one of the guys that sold me my equipment told me, it's like, don't do a light beer. Don't start with that. It's too tricky. You can't hide your imperfections in it. So don't, start with something with a lot of flavor, something that you can, mask a couple things. And they all have their place. Light beers have their place. I was at a festival on Saturday. There's over 960 beers, and there was plenty of light stuff and lagers and the craft guys.
Thing at Toronto?
What? The
Where
festival?
Yeah.
No, I was in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you went to TFOB, I was gonna have to kick you.
No, I wouldn't go to the Toronto Beer Festival. It's nothing really up there. It's too far to go, and I got, stuff across the river.
I had this conversation with my boss at work. He's like, "Are you going to Toronto Festival of Beer?" I'm like, "Well, no." He goes, "Well, why not?" I go, "Well, first, I'm out of sick time, so I can't call it sick, or else you're going to catch me for it. Second, I was offered free tickets, but even with free tickets, it's still like a $150 venture to go." I mean, I'm not. If there wasn't free tickets offered, I wouldn't have even thought going, because I'm not spending like $300 for two of us to go.
Right.
Like, it's just not happening.
And what do they got? What do they got there that's any different than the LCBO, right?
They actually, and the only thing I really wanted to go for was the Irish Pavilion, because they had a lot of Irish breweries that aren't available at the LCBO or beer store.
I was actually planning to go, and you kind of talked me out of it last week because, I didn't get free tickets, so it would have cost me $200 or $300.
Yeah, you would have been spending like $70 to get in, then buying drink tickets, and buying food, paying for parking. Like, it's just stupid.
It was $125 just for me and the lady to get in.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So just to get in and to park your vehicle would have been $150.
Wow. My ticket for the one in Michigan was $40. That included my drink tickets.
And that's why I get so weirded out when people freak out about the price for my festival. I'm like, really?
Yeah, no. And
you'll go in droves to Toronto Festival of Beer to drink Miller Lite for $100.
And then he's going, "I'm not getting a free glass for me and my friends, dude."
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like my financial advisor just signed on. Sorry.
Your financial advisor.
Yeah. It's a very nice picture.
It really is. It actually does kind of look like one of those bank pictures.
Yeah. That or a real estate agent.
I was about to say real estate agent.
Yeah. So yeah, and if I wanted extra tickets on Saturday, it was 50 cents if I wanted one. But you know what? Honestly, the way they were pouring beer, it was crazy. Everything was a full pour. Like, I had a little cup, and it's just like they were filling it. It should have been like less than half of that, and I was getting double pours. And just all I needed.
And that's the thing with a lot of festivals too. They will pour whatever they want for you. They're told how much they're supposed to pour, but they don't care. A lot of them will pour you, except for if you're at TFOB. If you pay for one, you're getting one. It's the way it is. I remember I would hang out at the Innocent Gun table quite a lot because me and Nick would chat while his workers were pouring, and he'd be like, "Pretend you're handing me some tokens," because they actually watch, right? Because they're taking pretty much the entire cost of the token back, so they don't want to see you giving away free beer because that's money they're losing.
So instead of giving me tokens, they were giving me recipes, right?
Yeah. Like with me, at my festival they're getting back almost the entire drink ticket price. So they want that drink ticket, but they don't really care because they know they're making enough money back. They're paying like $1,000 to go, and they're losing 75% of the drink ticket. So it's retarded. Yeah, and $1,000 is the low end. That's if you're at the table where there's like 3 breweries on the one table.
People who run that fest are a bunch of fucking vampires, man.
They're going to be, though, because they can make it. They can make that money. Everything is paid for going into it. They don't need any money to do it because it's all sponsorship. And then it's huge money on top of it. Like, the amount of money that place makes is disgusting. And when you're a brewery going, you're paying your entrance fee, you're losing most of the drink ticket prices, and you have to donate a certain amount of kegs to them for their VIP party area.
Yeah, they're just scum-ass fucking venture capitalists. They don't give a fuck about beer. They just want to make money. That's all they want to do.
Yeah, but the breweries will jump on it because they know they're exposing. They have a possibility. They're going to expose their brand to almost 60,000 people, and they have a possibility of having those people taste it. So to them, it's advertising for a lot less than it would normally cost.
My question is, why are those Irish breweries, if you can't get their stuff here, then why would they? What's their incentive?
Maybe they're gonna try to get here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that would be the only thing. Is like they're hoping to broker a deal with somebody.
I mean,
like,
you had your two regulars, right? You had your three regulars. There was O'Hara's, Murphy's, and Guinness, and then there was like Trouble Brewing. There was a bunch of Irish craft breweries. So that's the only thing I'm sad about, is I didn't get to go to it for the Irish Pavilion. A lot of the Irish craft breweries, though, are like we were talking about, neighborhood breweries where they only do one beer. Like one of them only does an amber, and one of them only does this, and one of them only does an Irish. Like it was weird the way it was set up. I was talking to Jordan about it because he tried all of them, because that was even for him. He's like, this is the first thing that's excited me about the Toronto Festival of Beer in years.
How long has that festival been going on?
Oh, fuck. Almost 2 decades, I believe.
wow.
Never knew about it.
So it's just a lumbering leviathan of mediocrity.
Yep.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of macro beer there, which isn't a bad thing. Again, if that's what you want to have there, that's what you want to have there. But it's a weird feeling when you go in, because you have some beer geeks, and then you have like frat boys, and then you have douche bros, and then it just keeps going out and out and out. You're not usually going to see an older guy that just wants to drink macro beer. If it's somebody drinking macro beer, it's like your college kid that for some reason just spent like $70 to get in, to spend another $70 on it when he could have just bought like 3 cases for his house. It's weird. It's a weird feeling going in there, and then like the food, because it's all Toronto food trucks, is disgusting priced, and then sometimes you have like an hour wait to get to one of the thousands of fucking urinals, well, porta potties. Like I remember me and Paul, my first year going, me and Paul were standing in the line to go piss, and we waited for like 45 minutes before Paul told the guys in front of us, "You're a lot smaller than us. We will kill you if you do not move."
The bigger threat would be, we're just going to pull our dicks out and start pissing on you if you don't listen to the goddamn urinals, dude.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting festival. It's a beautiful venue. I mean, Bandshell Park is a beautiful venue, but I've now decided, with all the festivals I've gone to, I've decided I hate if there's live music at the festival. I hate it, because live music brings in people you don't really want to be around either, for the most part, and it's just so loud. You can't talk to anybody because it's so loud, and just
it brings in hippies. You don't want hippies around.
It doesn't even, well, the bands that they bring don't really bring in hippies, but it's always just, I remember I was watching through some of the videos when I was first doing it, and I'm like, wow, it was loud, like stupid loud. And even when me and Joe went to the Niagara Beer Festival, it was just so fucking loud. Like,
yeah, you gotta be really well mic'd.
Luckily, my shitty mic does a really good job. Actually, I just bought 2 microphones that were like $18 each. They're 2 lapel mics, and they fucking work amazing.
The only music I didn't mind at festival was the Bose German with the whips. German whips? No? What?
I don't understand anything he says. I just nod.
German whip music. They flip whips in the air and they like synchronize the music. It's nice.
Okay, German whips. German whips. Whipping in the air.
Yes.
That's his German whips whipping in the air. That's what he likes.
It's a German instrument.
Those of the she-wolf of the SS or whatever, yeah. Whipping people. There you go.
Oh, German whips. I thought you said I like to snort whippets or something. What? I don't know how that works. Huff whippets? I don't know. How do you do that to whip it? I don't know.
We got Jordan in here. How you doing, sir? What are you drinking?
Yes. Good day, Jordan.
Good day. Drinking this guy.
Mad Tom? Was it?
Tour.
Alrighty, let's move on to the next topic then, shall we? Next article was one that was shared by Stephen Beaumont, which is cellaring and aging craft beer is the industry's new frontier. I don't know if it's really a new frontier because it's been around for quite a long time, but I mean it is becoming the new fad.
New since when? 2012? Jesus Christ, man.
Now, you were ages a lot of beer.
No, I don't. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, well you have.
Because I'm finding that it doesn't benefit a lot of beers, so I'm drinking my stash down. So
okay, there we go. That was something I was going to touch on. I do age some beer too, not all the time on purpose. But here's my advice for you guys: if you're going to age beer, and you can jump into, or anyone else, and tell your opinion on it. A lot of styles do not do well aging. A lot of beers, even if they're in a style that will do well in aging, don't age all that well. It's too bad Massive Beer Reviews isn't here because he would probably be completely on the other end. But what you have to do when you're aging a beer, in my opinion, start small. Start with a few bottles from a few different styles. Don't put too much money into it because you're going to learn what styles you like aging from, what styles you don't like aging from. You're going to learn what type of flavors start coming out. Some stuff does get better. Some stuff doesn't. Some stuff gets worse. Some stuff stays basically the same, just the flavor profile changes. You're going to learn quickly what you like and what you don't like. Just don't think because somebody tells you that aging this beer makes it better, that it's automatically going to be better for you. And I don't want you to go and spend hundreds of dollars to do it and then realize that you just wasted hundreds of dollars because you don't like the outcome of what happened with your beer.
Yeah.
So what, for each of you, what is your favorite beer you have aged yourself?
My favorite beer that I have aged myself, the original Doppelbock, the original Deviator Doppelbock from Cameron's aged amazingly well. The barrel-aged version of Deviator did not age quite as well. But barrels do impart more bacteria and such into the beer that can change the beer a lot differently than just the beer itself does. So, I mean, again, I love the barrel-aged version. I am okay with the non-barrel aged version, but the non-barrel aged version blows the barrel aged out of the water.
Yeah. For me, I don't even really age beers. I mean, I've only aged a couple beers in the whole time that I've been into craft beer, so it's not even really fair to me to speak on what my favorite is because I basically only aged Chimay Blue and the Doppelbock from Pump House when they made that 1 year or whatever. So
I don't have a huge collection anymore. I've drank most of mine down too, and now that I'm not buying beer all that much other than reviews, when we do this, I drink a lot of them. I have 2 milk crates left of beer that's aging. Most of it is like Obsidian Porter, the Whiny Bastard. There's a lot of Tempest in there too because I do a vertical every year. So I still have Tempest from all the way back in 2010, and this year I'll buy like 6 bottles of 2015, and then I'll do like the 2015 on its own, and then I'll do it with the next 3 years back, and then the year after I'll do 7 years as a vertical of Tempest because then I'll be on my last bottle of 2010.
Nice.
Yeah, most of my selling has been because of buying more than I can consume early on, a few years ago. So I had a few stashes of stuff like Bell's Expedition, Dell's Third Coast, Bigfoot, stuff like that. Stuff that actually people talk about buying cases of and just sitting on. But now, yeah, Bigfoot's probably my favorite to see what a couple of years does to it. But I find anything beyond 3 years doesn't really do much anymore. So usually that 2 to 3 years is nice, and anything older is nothing better. So
yeah, if it's bottle conditioned in any way, if it's a barley wine or is bottle conditioned in any way, those are usually the 2 beers that are great for sitting on.
Yeah, American barley wines especially because I don't like it too hot when it comes to or too bitter with hops or whatever. So I just like to smooth that out a little bit.
The hops fade back, so does some of the alcohol burn, and it becomes a more smooth beer. Some people don't like it that way, but that's what it does when it ages. I mean, it's a really interesting science aging beers. It's one of those things. Be careful when you do it. Not everything turns out. Be ready for some malt vinegar bombs because it will happen. And that's not even necessarily your fault. Sometimes it's just the beer itself as it sits. especially a barrel-aged beer. What was it? Guy sent me a St. Ambrose bourbon barrel-aged beer, and it was basically vinegar when I drank it. And that's just something that can happen. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just what can happen. And you have to be ready for that. So don't put huge amounts of money into it until you've experimented a bit.
Yeah.
I've had a few gooses and stuff like that have aged really well, but I just bought them like that. I've never aged it myself.
Yeah. Like, see, look at it this way. Like, what are the most prevalent styles? Like, the ones that really take up most of the craft beer market these days. I mean, it's still essentially IPAs, saisons, stuff like that. Stuff that's really hoppy to some degree. And I mean, hops will preserve a beer, but at the same time, there's so many beers now that are dependent on hop complexity for all their flavor profile. And if you're going to be aging those things, those hops are going to die, and that's going to hurt the beer. So why would you even bother trying to age those things? I mean, they'll last. I mean, there's a lot of beers out there that have a lot of hops, and they have a lot of alcohol, so they'll last. I mean, they won't go bad on you, but you're not necessarily getting a good beer after like a year of aging, something like that, because everything's dependent on how the hops taste fresh in how they formulated the fucking beer in the first place, really.
Yep, I fully agree with you on that.
So far, my favorites, the Muni Brews. I used 1 year the Thorpe Stud. It's really, really good aged.
I mean, I did Chimay Blue because that was the one I saw at the time. That was the one I saw recommended everywhere, and that was basically the only thing I could get that was worth aging anyway. So, I mean, if you're looking for aging, you got to be focusing more on high alcohol, malty, big beers like that. You're not looking for stuff that's dependent on hops, because your hops are going to be gone after even half a year. So.
Mm-hmm.
I love a Russian Imperial Stout that's been just sitting in the shop or something for like 2-3 years. That's always awesome.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you're looking for aging, you got to be focusing more on high alcohol, malty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy sounds really intelligent.
You got to turn off your speakers, Dale.
I love Russian Imperial Stout.
That guy sounds a little less intelligent. The first guy that was talking was brilliant.
That's always
I wonder if you're looking for aging, you got to be focusing more on high alcohol. This guy's making sense. I like this.
You gotta close the YouTube window, Dale.
Jesus Christ. This can't do it. Oh.
Okay, there is going to be a new rule from now on for Beer Dweebs United. You have to know how to work your fucking computer.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. I love you, Dale. You have to know how to work the computer. The booby glass has spoken, okay? The booby glass has spoken.
Yep. The booby glass is like the conch from Lord of the Flies. Pass it around.
There you go.
And only when you hold it may you speak.
I must say, my favorite part so far of this year, other than the festival itself and getting to hang out with a lot of the guys again, was going up to Ottawa and hanging out with Dale and Guy.
Cool. Really? Because those videos were kind of lackluster. I don't know what was going on in those.
My wife was sleeping in the other room. We were trying to be quiet.
No, I was just kidding. They were good.
No, but we were actually trying to be quiet.
Oh.
She really was sleeping on the biggest air mattress I've ever seen in my life.
Nice. Jason Spears is in the comments. He says, "Hi guys, watching a bit before bed. Cheers, cheers. Get a goddamn fucking webcam, asshole. Or at least a microphone. Come on now."
Yeah. That's all you need. You just need a microphone. You don't even need a webcam.
Yeah,
I can just without you seeing my ugly mug. I'm actually going to shave tonight. I'm going to shave everything again. Go bald for next week. Well, if I shave now, I'll be hairy again by next week, but we'll do it anyway. So, guys, if you haven't seen the new the new Saison from Bush Pilot that costs you $10 a bottle. You get this little dog tag bottle opener on the bottle.
Yeah, you sent me one of those.
Yeah, they did that before. That must be leftovers from last time.
What is it? This is Polly something or other.
I'll keep an eye out. I mean, I like the first two beers they did. Like a great deal.
I
So.
personally liked the first one. I never had the second one. I know Lee didn't like the first one. He thought it was too much going on. There's actually a barley wine that did not age very well. At least the second bottle I opened. I have another bottle over there still, so I'm going to open it again in a little while and see how it is. But yeah, that was a beer that did not age well.
I have another one too. I'll be looking to check that out. I really like Norseman though. That was really good.
You know what beer of theirs really aged really well though? It was their Cuvée from 2 years ago. After a year, it was amazing, and then I drank another bottle a few days ago, and it was fucking spectacular. So next week, I might just jizz my pants on one online.
As long as you don't stand up.
I like the Mill Street barley wine, so it aged pretty good.
Yeah, Mill Street. Mill Street barley wines. You know what? Mill Street, actually, the barley wine, the biggest thing with the barley wine is I wish they'd put it in a normal bottle so the price wasn't as much. Because the reason you're paying that price for that barley wine is that ceramic bottle.
And their reputation when it was sort of like regarded as a world-class beer at some point. Like back when Michael Jackson was saying it was like really great, like 15, 20 years ago.
Douglas, it's too bad you couldn't have gotten your mic or anything working because we would have loved to chat with you. You can come back in, you know where the link is. But the Muskoka Oddity, even after 1 year, the Muskoka Oddity is actually a nice beer. Douglas said that he finds that anything over 8% usually ages well and under 7 doesn't. And yeah, it really, percentage matters, but it doesn't matter as much as the style or whether or not it actually has live yeast in it and all that, or how it's been stored, or there's so many things that matter. But yeah, layman's terms, if it's under 7%, you probably shouldn't be aging it because it won't have the alcohol percentage to keep itself going. I can show you what happens after 30 years on a 5% alcohol beer. I actually am getting down to the point where I only have there's 4 beers on the table, and I think there's 6 beers in the fridge. So I only have 10 beers left to review before I'm done beers for now, and I'm really fearing the time I have to start opening up the post-apocalyptic beers again.
I just do another gauntlet.
Gauntlet of those?
Of whatever. Just, I don't know. Just try to recreate.
Gauntlets are easy when you're not doing them with nitrogen beers, though. I mean,
but that's, yeah.
I did that Mickey's one where I did a video with Mickey's malt liquor where I was saying the reason why you don't have beers with wide mouths is this, and I opened up 4 of them and just bang, 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 and I think it was like 2 minutes to get all. Well, no, not even. It was like 15 seconds of beer until I got to the last one because then my throat was cold and I was hiccuping. Like, you can just drop those things in seconds.
You should do a 40-ounce call-out video to any brewery that you have issue with. That'd be wise. It'd be fun.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I should do that. It would be fun to do. Go ahead and go ahead and buy a bunch of 40s and do a bunch of 40-ounce call-out videos. Label out, boys. Label out.
Yeah. Throw the cap on the ground and just start talking smack.
Yeah, hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid things that have gone through my mind. I started playing through a lot of those games that Will sent me, Holdsmouth. So again, if you're here tonight, thank you very much for that. A lot of them I have never played before, and I only did like 4-minute gaming videos for the first ones. I did it until I died the first time. And Lee would know this because he talks while he plays too. It's really hard to actually play a game really well while you're talking and doing it, because you're not actually concentrating at all. And he's not there, so I actually stopped to let him talk. But there was some games in there that were super hard, and I know people are like, "Oh, games now are really, really hard." But that's from people that haven't played like old NES games where you had like one hit and you were dead and everything like that. Like it's there was one that he sent. It was called Legendary Wings, and it was just like all those like World War II plane games where you're a plane and you're shooting everything down and all that. And it's up scrolling. You're shooting everything down. You can get power ups and get different weapons and all that. But you had one hit, you were dead, and basically you were a man with wings. You were an angel shooting guns. And it was a cool game, but I didn't get past the first level. I played it for 4 minutes and I died 22 times in those 4 minutes. And I'm like, okay, well, we will play these again and we'll actually try when we play them again. But this is just a what the fuck, right? And it's interesting playing some of these old games, and I'm curious how much of it is how much I suck, and how much of it is how much lag I have on the system from it running through like 4 different HDMI cables.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get my son's going at some point. I'm gonna try out the Xbox One features. 'Cause I know he wants to do some, and he talks during his thing, but usually his is screaming, or giggling at the TV.
Yeah, so, he rage quit. Screw you!
No, just more like just more like reacting like he's in the game, because he watches a lot of those videos too, so he sort of conducts himself like they do,
Yeah. No, you know what, and I'm going to talk quietly now so the wife doesn't hear, but I did post my question of the week, and I ended up buying an Xbox One, so it's right here underneath me. And I bought it because of mostly of price differences between it and the PS4. I know the PS4 says that it can run better, it's a better machine, but it's being priced for what it could do, not what it is doing. And I went with this just because I saved $100 on between the system and the controller, so I went with that. I bought a bunch of games to play, and I'm going to do some testing once I get my Xbox Live thing going. I'm going to do some testing to see if the headset registers over the Elgato, or if I have to do commentary separately. Because that's what I'm curious about. Will the headset run through the Xbox instead of through the computer? Like, I'm not actually capturing live commentary through the Elgato. I'm doing the headset talk over Xbox Live. I don't know if that will actually catch or not.
Don't know.
Did you get the Kinect?
No, I did not get the Kinect.
Lee, do you got that too?
Nope.
It's actually pretty neat. We have it. It's interesting. I'll like go talk to my boy, and I'll walk in front of the thing, and I'll say, "Oh, hello, you're." It's like I'm not even. Facial or voice recognition. It's got me down. So it's pretty easy to keep all my stats and stuff when I play along with them. But
well, I'm glad you're cool with your robotic overlords recognizing their slaves.
I got nothing to hide, man. I got nothing to hide. Take a look. Enjoy the show, man. Yeah.
Oh, the reason I'm curious if it's going to capture or not is one of the things I'm going to do is some of my guys from work have some of the same games as me, and they're like, you know what, we could play, and you can record it for your channel, and we're great with that. We're going to shit talk you the whole channel, like the whole time. So I'm hoping that it actually will capture that sound too.
See, that would be cool. If we could figure that out, and I'll get a game that we can drink and play a game against each other if we can get all our voices going. So it'll take some time probably to coordinate that, but I'd be in for that.
Alrighty, that's great to hear, because that's the first thing I said to them too when they were talking about doing it. I'm like, do you care if I record it for the channel? They're like, no, we want you to record it for the channel. So I'm going to see what I can figure out. You guys should see the fucking paperwork I have here. I have diagrams of what's hooked up to what on this TV. Because for anyone that hasn't bought a new TV in a while, I had an old GLP TV, which is basically a rear projection, the highest end rear projection TV you could have. It had like 15 inputs on it. Now I have a smart TV. Smart TV has 4 inputs on it, 3 HDMI and 1 composite/component, so you can either be component or composite. Yeah, I have 18 inputs hooked up into those 4 inputs. I have fucking splitters everywhere. I have a composite splitter. I have a component splitter. My composite splitter runs to an HDMI up converter that then runs to an HDMI splitter. Like, it's just disgusting. There's cords everywhere.
Wow. And look who just joined in. Speaking of video game nerds.
Joseph? Joseph, you a video game nerd?
Nope.
Yeah, he is. Oh, why?
Nope.
And for the viewers that have left, I'm sorry, we just kind of got sidetracked on things. What are you drinking, Joseph?
Weyerbacher's Tart Novu or whatever. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I'm not going to try. It's their sour session that just came out. Kettle sour.
Michigan's best brew.
Best Michigan brewery. How does the voice sound? Because I'm using a new mic. Is it clear?
You sound as fucking gay as ever, sir.
Ooh, I was hoping to sound a bit gayer, but you know,
No,
can't excite everybody.
Just still moderate dicks in your mouth, not total dicks in your mouth.
Well, how do I fix that, Lee? You want to enter the fray? Come on. There's a little bit more room in here for you. You know,
I don't think your mouth is big enough, sir.
Come on, if you narrate it as it's happening in the Roy Whiskey voice, I'm down.
That's
I'm
right.
down
Stick this dick in your mouth.
Is there any more comments before we move on to our next topic? I got 2 cans of Rainer that I'm going to put in the titty glass.
That's totally unfortunate.
It's not real Rainer. It's Canadian Rainer.
That sounds more like Batman, just so you know.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, Roy Whiskey is kind of a Batman rip.
Right? Yeah.
I didn't mind that beer at all, actually.
It's always a glowing response.
Yeah, no one asked you, Jordan. John Bodica says, "We are live." Well, we're live. You're dead.
We are live. Alive.
And Dave Zodiac says, "Good evening, gents. Drinking some Hobgoblin tonight."
Oh, there's a beer I haven't had in a while. You know what? I actually like that beer, and I never see it at my LCBO anymore, so I'm kind of sad. And that's the reason I haven't had it. Usually I would have a couple bottles every few months.
Yeah, it's changed, though. I mean, last couple, like, gift packs, last few years, it's not the same as it used to be. It's still okay, but it's, you know.
There we go.
Titties are full.
There we go, boys and girls. There is the glass.
Nice.
Those are your titties or your glass has a tumor.
You know what? I should just say that. It's the tumor glass. That'll be less offensive.
How dare you make fun of this glass, sir? It's dying of cancer.
You're saying you have chest tumors?
It has growths off the side of it, okay? Leave it alone.
That looks like a rejected glass from the guy who's doing his hand-blown glass and charging like $150 for every
Actually, these are hand-blown, too, so it might actually be.
They need a total recall.
Actually, you even have, I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up, but you even have the drip area. There's the little drip point from where it was made.
So these are like artisanal motorboated.
Yeah. And the nipples, when you're drinking just something like this, like a golden lager, you can't tell it, but the nipples are actually a gold color, so if I was to pour a stout in here, the nipples would just pop out.
There you go.
Nice.
Technology something.
Is that how classy that glass is? Would you think about it, giving it Rainier instead of something a little bit better?
You know what? It is not a very classy glass. I find it hysterical as a novelty glass. It is something like $22 a glass, so I would never buy it on my own. But
it's like one of those. It's like one of those pins with a sexy lady on it, and you turn it upside down, and her clothes falls off. It's essentially the same thing. I don't even know if they make those anymore.
It's funny.
Oh yeah, they do. Oh yeah, they do.
I would, as I said, there is also another like $22 glass where you're cupping. If you're holding the bottom of the glass, you're cupping a scrotum, and then it's the shaft of a penis, and you're drinking out of the penis head.
Sounds like a fun time.
Doesn't it?
I think I like the explanation better than actually what happens.
Well, you probably missed it, Joe. Earlier we were debating whether we drink out of a swastika glass or not.
Depends on if you were reviewing a beer and who was watching it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Especially people who doesn't like soccer, right?
Speaking of glassware, I got to downsize my stash, so I'm sending Lee a bunch.
What?
All right.
Don't be sending me in glasses, dude.
Is that how the Connect knows that you're in the room, by your glassware that you're holding?
It looks for tikus. If it's not stemware, it's not you.
No. Oh yeah, it's got to have a stem.
How
else do I get my pinky out? I need it.
You gotta get that shit right out. Like, start moving it around and down and around. You gotta do the Joe D. Remember Joe D used to do that all the time, Lee? You remember the pinky out thing? And then he did it every single review. Pinky out, you drink it like a Budweiser. Pinky out. I'm like, pinky in.
Now Joe D got arthritis. He can't do that with pinky no more.
What did he get arthritis from?
I don't know. Hanging around with that asshole Greg, that probably gave anyone arthritis.
You said it, I didn't. Then
Okay, so our next topic before we get into that is that Dale's back. Good day, Dale. Our next topic is this: a New Brunswick man files constitutional challenge over his right to buy cheap alcohol in Quebec.
Nick, come on now, dude. You're not even here, and you're.
That's why he isn't here right now.
Man. He said he was gonna show up with his new camera, and he never showed up. He said he'd be like 2 hours or something. But come on now, come on, buddy.
Well, you know how.
No, I was holding off because he said he had bought this new camera just for the BDU, so I was holding off for him to show up before I got to this topic. But I can't hold off much longer. We're already hitting rock bottom.
You know how Nick is when it comes to cameras. He's probably spent the last hour and a half just trying to set the thing up. I mean, he's got to have the perfect shot, otherwise.
That's right.
So anyway, constitutional right over constitutional challenge over the right to buy cheap beer in Quebec. Now, this all comes from the fact that we do have federal tax on all beer, but every province has its own ability to do a provincial tax on beer. Quebec has the lowest provincial tax of all provinces, where New Brunswick has one of the highest taxes. And when you cross the border from Quebec to New Brunswick, your car can be stopped and you can be searched for alcohol.
Yes, I know that.
It's the stupidest fucking thing
Thankfully,
I've ever heard in my life.
Thankfully, they did not look into our car because none of them spoke English. They were like, blah, 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 whatever, French language. Sorry, Guy, but, it sounds silly. And they realized we both spoke English, so they're like, we're not even going to fuck with these guys. Just get the fuck out of here. It's 3 in the morning. Get out of here.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where we're one country or we're not one country. You can buy something from wherever you want or you can't. And really, he is right. I hate that it's a constitutional challenge because this is coming out with all the other constitutional challenges happening in the U.S., which makes us seem more and more like the U.S., and I don't want to look like the U.S., but he is right. He should have the ability to buy alcohol there. He is still paying taxes on it. He's paying federal taxes and he's paying a provincial tax. Yes, he's not paying his provincial tax, but he's not in his province. It would be different if he was mail ordering Quebec beer, in my opinion, to his house. But he's actually in Quebec buying Quebec beer. Guess what? He's paid his taxes. Let him go home with his beer.
Fucking exactly. Spot on.
Yeah.
You don't see it happening in Ontario, and when you're 18, you can buy alcohol in Quebec. When I was 18, I went to Quebec. I bought a 2-4 of Boomerang. We bought a whole bunch of Doritos as well, and we opened every bag of Doritos, and we put like 2 or 3 bottles in every bag of Doritos, because me and my buddies, none of us were of age. And we came back on the OC Transpo without the box, just with like 12 bags of Doritos with 2 bottles of Boomerang in each of them. And then we went to the rugby field of my school, and we ate Doritos and drank Boomerang. And we didn't get stopped for charges. You shouldn't get stopped for charges within your own country. I'm sorry. That's becoming more and more like the U.S. too. It's like we're having a fucking border stop 100 miles away from the border. Where are you coming from? What have you done? Fuck you guys.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, it was first time ever driving through Quebec. It was really fucking odd. Like it just did feel like a totally different country. Like we left New Brunswick, we were in Quebec, and everything was different. And it was like, it shouldn't be that way. It should be right across the fucking country. Buy your beer where you want, take it home. Don't have to worry about shit. Pay the taxes in the province, of course. But once you get to your own fucking province, no one should be able to hassle you.
The only thing I think should matter is if you're legal drinking age to have that beer.
Yes, exactly.
Like, if I bought it in Quebec at 18 and then I came into Ontario or into New Brunswick or whatever, what's New Brunswick's liquor age? Is it 19 as well?
Yeah, I believe it is, yeah.
Okay. So if I buy it at 18 and I come into my province with it, yeah, sure, you should be able to take it from me because I'm not legally allowed to have it. Yep. But if I'm 19, fuck you, I paid taxes on it, I bought it, I'm in the same country, most of that money is going to my country, fuck you.
Yeah, and just a little thing on that. Honestly, the legal drinking age should be fucking uniform throughout all the provinces in the country, as far as I'm concerned.
I do agree with that as well, and I full-heartedly agree with that. I mean, truthfully, the greatest thing about our lower drinking age is we get a lot of American money where I work because we're right on a border, so all the 19-year-old U.S. kids will come up because they can drink and they can do everything else they want to do up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We should have it like the Belgians have it. They have beer and wine, 16 drinking age, and then 18 for hard liquor.
Yeah, because they don't believe in the forbidden fruit, prohibition, temperance shit.
Yeah,
They
the thing with Europe is it didn't have the same thing we had. They didn't have temperance, they didn't have prohibition, they didn't have all that. So they are a lot more open. I mean, look at the Irish, drink whenever the fuck you want.
It's culturally accepted, and you teach your kids. I mean, it doesn't always work. You're always going to get fucking alcoholics and drunks and stuff like that, no matter what system you're under. But teach your children respect for booze at an early age. Let them have it instead of trying to hold it away from them, like trying to prevent kids from having sex and stuff like that, and have them end up having unprotected sex in some back alley somewhere, getting pregnant or getting AIDS or some shit. Like, fuck you, America. Like, are we as bad as the fucking Americans? That's right, Joe. You fucking pieces of shit down there. Fucking assholes.
Fucking smosh.
I didn't realize that Lee Hogan has entered the chat, everyone.
You know what the best part of this thing is? I'm making fun of it too, that it's making us almost like the Americans. But the Americans have constitutional fights over everything, and us, it's our booze!
Well, that's what's most important, pussy and booze.
Don't fuck with our booze!
It's a very simple life in Canada, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you go to work, you drink, you fuck your wife, you're done. There's your day. Or your husband, if that's the way you are. You fuck your husband, whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, Joe. We're more enlightened than you barbarians down there.
Wait, so do you have to be married to fuck anyone? That's what it sounds like.
Rat and rave with Lee, indeed, my friends.
Fuck you. What am I going to do? Start unbuttoning my shirt here and just start going off about... Hulk Hogan's not a racist.
He's totally not, despite the fact he said, I am a racist. Totally taken out of context.
Now, to segue into our next topic, which has something to do with this too, the Toronto Distillery Company is taking legal action against the LCBO, saying that they are being unjustly required to pay a tax for their spirits that are sold on site, which goes against the taxation requirements of the Constitution. So they're doing another constitutional fight, but this time it's on whether or not they should be paying taxes to the LCBO. They're saying that craft distilleries are paying the LCBO store taxes on things that are sold at their retail stores, and that is not legal, and a bunch of other things on here.
I agree. If you're selling it at your fucking retail store, why the fuck would the LCBO be able to, I mean, I guess they're government owned or whatever, but still, fuck them. Everything should be falling under this idea of being able to buy shit at corner stores and
Is his picture off, or did he leave for a while?
No, his picture's off when he's muted.
He dared to go away.
I was going to ask him if do you have a retail store at your place of business?
For our work, no.
See, so technically, in the spirit aspect, because I'm thinking here that most of the big spirit companies I can think of don't have a on-site retail store. So I know that we always talk about the craft breweries and craft everything getting screwed, but I don't know if are you guys allowed? Do you just not want to have one?
Yeah, it's a good question. I can imagine it's not cost effective. We're not really set up to do that because everything we do goes into pallets, and it's not, you're talking about managing a lot of stuff for a small area. This honestly doesn't make a lot of logistical sense for us. LCBOs are everywhere. It makes more sense to send it through their channels.
No, I was just curious because I mean the reason that a lot of craft places do things out of their retail stores is because they don't have to pay as many taxes and fees to sell it out of their retail store than to sell it at the LCBO. But thinking through it, I can't think of any big companies that make spirits that actually have a retail store, and I was curious if they're just not allowed. Because if they're not allowed, then they could come back and say, well, why are we getting screwed and the craft guys aren't?
I just think it's not only setting up excise and taxation, just setting up that whole thing it's not worth it, honestly. We have enough stuff flows to the LCBO. I can't imagine there being any gain to doing it. So.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't make any more significant money setting up a retail store in your places anyway. I mean,
well, mattering where they are, where he is, I don't think he would because. I don't know. Like if his plant was in Toronto, it'd be a great place to have a retail store.
If you guys did a craft line of whiskeys or something like that, like I don't really, like with whiskeys that just kind of sounds bullshit anyway, honestly. But I'm sure Ewart and all those guys are more in tune with just focusing on their secret whiskey sex dungeons that they have going on that they don't share with the public anyway. So why bother with a retail store?
What do you mean? The dungeon? You mean the dungeon at work or the dungeon in my house of whiskey?
Whichever.
Both dungeons, okay? Both. I'm right now sitting in my beer sex dungeon.
Oh yeah, so Weiser's hops came off the bottling line last week, so heads up, should be floating the LCBO very soon.
How much are the bottles going to be?
They'll be the same price as any Weiser's, small batch stuff, like $27 or $25 or something.
Okay, I'll have to try and save up for one then, because that's something I actually will have to try.
You gotta say that about Canadian whiskey. Everything's pretty much well priced.
The Canadian stuff, yeah, you're not getting like Scotch prices or even bourbon prices. Some bourbons are just disgustingly priced.
I mean, the price you can get something as great as fucking Canadian Club Rye, 100% rye right now. Like, holy shit! Like,
hey,
I really should. Next time I get a good tip out at work, I should really go and buy like $100 of Canadian rye. Get myself like 3 bottles of something. And I mean, 3 different things.
And I mean, you could go to Alberta Premium, and all their shit is like pretty much awesome across the board, and it's all priced with basically everyone else in Canada. The only guys I can think of Canada that are really overpriced, like seriously overpriced, are fucking Glen Britain here in Cape Breton. Which all their stuff is fucking egregiously priced for their
talking about great alcohol that I love. When I was in Ottawa, my buddy Steve came out to our mini putt night and all that, and he had our night at Big Rig and everything, and he handed me a bottle of 1859, the main Pinnacle 1859, which I know you have tried, Lee, and I know Joe has tried if he remembers it or not because we got pretty drunk that night. But that's the ice cider that's aged for 2 years in Appalachian brandy barrels. And he handed me another bottle of that, and I almost creamed myself because I'm like, I've been sitting on half a bottle of this stuff because I didn't think I'd get any more ever, and now I have more, so I'm just going to chug that fucking bottle. And it just came down, and he was telling me he went into a Saks because it's only sold in Quebec, and he checked on the website and it said it had 1 bottle, and he's like, the Saks website isn't like the LCBO website. They're done in real time, so the second that bottle's sold, it's taken off. And he's like, I walked in and I looked around and I couldn't find it. I went up to the cash and I'm like, where is this bottle? You're the only Saks in with an hour range that has a bottle, and it says you have 1. And he goes, the cashier's like, I'll go check in the back. And he comes out with the bottle and he goes, yeah, I actually had hidden this in the back to buy for myself. It's like, yeah.
Fuck you, give me that bottle, bitch.
He's like, I bought this for you because I love it. I bought like 8 bottles of it because I watched your review and I'm like, I want this. And I gave 6 of them away as Christmas gifts and everybody loved it. And I'm like, you're coming down, I'm getting you a bottle. And I'm like, I fucking love you right now.
So many great choices now for Canadian whiskey, though. Like, just so much good stuff now. Like, even the like sort of classic brands have sort of, like, a lot of them have sort of upped their game where they're a lot better now.
Be right back.
So just a lot of good stuff. Like just the fact that Canadian clubs making 100% rye now is like kind of mind blowing after like just so many years of this mediocrity.
Yeah, I'm so glad Canadian Club is making 100% rye now. Yeah. Yeah, come on down to Canadian Club. It's a real place. Oh, boy.
I think you would enjoy this, Ewart, because you like Berliner Weisses.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Very similar, minus the salt, and I think a little less tart than most of the American like Berliner Weisses and Goses. But it definitely is a such sour. I mean, Russians.
So there's no fruit or anything in it. It's just straight ahead Berliner or sour.
It's just a session. They say it's a session sour, but yeah, it really does come off like a Berliner Weiss, like lemony. I was gonna say tartness, but it's not even all that tart. I mean, it has a slight tart component. It's kind of like the Anderson Valley Goza, or the what was the one you had the other day that you said wasn't like, we said it was more to style, but not. You had that blackberry one, and you said it wasn't really that tart at all. Kind of the tartness level I'd imagine that would be without the blackberry and the salt.
Had Evil Twins Berliner Weiss the other day, one with beetroot in it.
Beetroot.
Is that No Matter Weiss, or whatever you call it?
No, that's not the one, is it? No Matter Weiss?
I don't know.
That wasn't. That's not it.
Luxus 1?
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
How much was it for a bottle? I'm curious, because was it a 22 or was it like a?
It was a bomber at 4%. Cost me right around 70.
Yeah, that's the problem with Evil Twin and like McKellar stuff. I understand that sours are a little bit more labor intensive depending on how you do them and whatnot, but Evil Twin and McKellar specifically run with the whole wild ale / sour thing where they think they can charge whatever. I'm in the States, so the prices can be a little different, but like a lot of their one Goza showed up, which Ewart says is an awesome Goza. It's Mission Goza, I believe, that Evil Twin did with somebody, and it's like $13 a bottle for like a 4-point-something% beer, and I'm like, this wasn't aged in oak barrels for 2 years with fruit like your Cantillon.
You actually, a lot of sours now are actually kettle soured, which
that's exactly what this is.
So if it's kettle soured, it really shouldn't be all that much more expensive because it's soured right then and there. Like,
Yeah,
you're not taking years and years and years to do your souring or lots and lots of extra time. It's soured.
And I can honestly say I do not enjoy kettle sours as much. I can tell a difference. I don't even say in quality because it's completely different, but just like in the tartness level, how sour. Because they probably don't leave them in the kettle long enough to actually get to a certain sour level. But it's just like I've had quite a few at this point, and I know it's just a personal preference, but I'd rather have some of the wild ales and stuff that actually have been aged in oak or oak fodders and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think it's just the easy way to do it, right? You're not gonna do it this way. You're not gonna fuck up your brewery either by entering all kinds of crazy wild yeast into the fucking air and getting all kinds of shit fucked up, right? You're just putting it into the kettle, sours it a little bit, you're good to go. You can kind of jump into that game without going full bore into it. So it makes sense.
It's a lot safer too.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Do you have any comments there, Lisa?
Let's see.
The baby face bitch.
Fuck you.
Come on, Dave Russell.
This thing isn't fucking hitting properly tonight.
He was Lee Hogan, Dave Russell. What else are you gonna call him tonight?
Shrimp's done.
Douglas Harder.
I totally expect a rant and a rave by Lee tomorrow. Totally expect it.
You're not going to see it.
Gonna make it a weekly series. It's gonna be fantastic.
No, fuck that. Fuck Dave. Not fuck this Dave, of course. Dave Zodiac says, I tried a Wells banana bread beer the other day. It was weird to say the least, but not terrible. Speaking of weird, I'm also listening to some Weird Al in the background. And the song "Living in the Fridge" seems pretty appropriate for how Albino describes some of the beers he tries. LOL.
Living in the fridge? Oh man, how can we tell that with a Greg's beer review? Like a spoof of a spoof. Man.
Do any of you remember if the Game Boy Advance puts any color into their games, or is it still black and white?
I just wish you'd stop being a racist, first of all.
Yeah. No. I think Advance was the color system, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you mean by colored system exactly? Can you?
Colored, as in they stay in the back of the bus.
Well, no, because
as in
Will-
quotas.
Hulk Russell.
Holdsmo sent me a bunch of these guys, right? The fucking Game Boy games, and my Retron has a Game Boy slot, but the Retron doesn't put them into color. And I thought, and he sent me a Game Boy Advance, the Super Nintendo add-on, and I thought that put some color into the games, but I don't remember. I'm gonna have to try and see.
Maybe that's.
Well, the white man with his racist games just needs to fucking accept who he is, I guess. Before we get into more racism, Stratbeer says, "You are right, Canadian Club rocks." There you go.
I have a Canadian Club Classic 15, I believe it is, that was sent to me by Sage. Sage bought me a bottle and sent it because Niagara Falls never got it. And I've been sitting on that because it's not top shelf whiskey, but it's so damn smooth and so good.
That's been sort of the selling point of Canadian whiskey for the last 30 years, is how smooth it is, not how interesting it is. And this has sort of been changing now in the last 5 or 10 years. So.
I hope the hopped variety gets to Niagara Falls. I really do, but we don't get much in the aspect of whiskeys here.
Probably hopped it with Cascade. Ooh.
Yeah, what? I wonder what it is hopped with.
Stuff.
I'll have to ask again. I can't remember, but it was like it's not like something you're familiar. It's a noble hop of stuff that it is. I know. Trust me.
These
collab with you?
white man hops, or is it going to be a colored hop? What's going on now? Rhino really wants to know because it falls in line with his racist white boy gaming that he's got going on.
Okay, you know what?
Is Game Boy affirmative action Game Boy?
I have enough hate already. I don't need you to add more fuel to the fire.
Bionic Commando, you're assuming that who's Bionic Commando? Who's a white guy who can do stuff more than a black man. That's what's going on there.
Lee Hogan is totally confused right now. He's telling all Hoagland Maniac to eat the vitamin, take the pants, and totally be racist.
That's right. I don't want my daughter marrying one of these guys, one of these N-words.
Okay, you know what? I am fully believing that it's just stupid, first off, that this whole thing came out. I don't even know how it all came out. I don't know what. Was he just sitting there? Was it after sex? Was he just smoking a cigarette after sex saying this stuff? Because it was supposed to be on the sex tape.
Oh, baby, it's Hulk Hogan. He doesn't smoke cigarettes, baby. Maybe
you know what I'm saying? Like, what was it? Was she blowing him in? He was saying this while she's blowing him? Like, what the fuck happened?
Well, he was doing that cuckold sex tape thing with Bubba the Love Sponge. That was his wife, right?
Yeah.
So they were doing that shit, and this was just like some tapes. Like, there was an initial sex tape a couple years ago that came out, and then there was just these tapes that just sort of leaked in the last little while of him basically just, I guess talking, and Bubba the Love Sponge decided, hey, let's keep rolling, while the Hulkster starts talking about how much he hates niggers, Jesus Christ.
Oh, now you're a racist. You said it.
Yeah, I'm definitely a racist now, yeah.
He was a racist beforehand. That didn't make him a racist right now. Come on.
Yeah, he says it. I'm a racist. I mean, I'm a little racist. I think everyone's a bit racist, when it comes down to it, brother. Everyone's a bit racist, brother.
I think that's the key thing. He says on the tape, "I am racist." It's not like you could say, "Okay, this was happening." He said, "I am racist." and then followed it up with thinking everyone is.
And then you see a douchebag like fucking Dave, and yeah, Dave, I hope you're fucking watching because you are a douchebag, motherfucker, trying to make the connection that, oh, Obama said nigger in a recent interview. Yeah, he was talking about the word, he was talking about race relations, he was talking about it in a constructive way. He wasn't just saying nigger, nigger, nigger on a fucking video and shitting on a whole race of people. There's a distinct fucking difference between those things. And the reason Hogan was fired is because he was a representative of a publicly traded company that has shareholders. And if all of a sudden Hulk Hogan, one of the faces of your company, is saying nigger everywhere, people are not going to be buying your stock and are not going to be buying your ads, and you're going to be losing money. So the only thing you can do is eject him out of the fucking cockpit.
I think Lee's used up all the N-words for the night, eh?
Yeah,
used up all of them when there were none to go with to begin with. Here's the thing. I think Matt of Bear Reviews, I think he said it the best a couple weeks ago. I forgot what we were talking about, but he said the same thing. He's like, you have freedom of speech. You can say whatever. You can feel whatever. But there are consequences to your actions. And Hulk is seeing that, unfortunately. And he's dumb. That's what it comes down to. When you're fucking like that and you're doing things that are shady, you gotta be smarter than that. But I wouldn't say I've had any respect for him, but maybe like a 0.1% respect if he just came out and just owned it. Just own it. Just say, hey, I said it. I feel like that a little. I just hate the whole man. It was I was down on my luck, so then I turned on my rage towards black people because that's what I do when I'm down on my luck. Like
I like how we've basically chased away all of our viewers. We're down to 6 now, and one of them is me.
That's great. But, I mean, the excuse made that, oh, I didn't really mean it. Bullshit, you meant it. You were caught casually talking. That's how you really feel. And just fucking own up to it. Don't try to fucking, oh, Obama said it. Or,
well, no, see, here's the only thing I have to say. Okay, yeah, he got ousted for what he did. He got ousted for it. It's all over the internet now. If he doesn't say any of that publicly, he never has, he never would. He said that after a sex tape. And, I mean, I think, and he didn't even know he was being recorded for the sex tape, apparently. So it comes down to this. He was trying to say it behind closed doors, which is where, if you're going to be an idiotic racist guy, you should be doing it. So his problem is that he was famous and somebody was recording it because they could get something out of it. I kind of feel bad for him on that aspect, but I don't feel bad for him for what he said.
But I mean, still, the WWE was totally justified in what they did.
No, they were justified in what they did because it ended up being exposed. What I'm saying is it never should have been exposed in the first place.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, his privacy was invaded. Like,
and
allegedly,
he actually had the smarts to not just come out and say stupid things in public.
It's called being two-faced, is what it's called. That's what it's called, living one persona and then behind closed doors, totally other. You smile, you have a lot of black fans, people that you would consider friends and whatnot, and you're awesome with them, do great things, but then behind the door saying that, it's not even the fact that he said that, it's the fact for me that he's two-faced. Like, probably the vast majority of celebrities out there are probably very similar, and the vast majority of people out there are very similar, because that's just how this world is.
Yeah, and if you look at his Twitter stream, what was the last week of his Twitter stream? Retweeting a bunch of black people saying, "I still believe in you, Hulk. Hulkamania, brother." Like, oh my God, get fuck over it, dude.
Whatever.
Just admit that you're a fucking asshole. You're
really an asshole. Things may have changed in his mind too. That stuff all happened 8 years ago.
Yeah, but I saw a good point, and I agree. You could say that if he was like 25 and he was saying that shit when he was 17, 16, 18, a teenager. The guy's fucking 62, 63. If you're changing between 55 and 62, doubt it. Like, he's old enough to know better. Yeah. Put it this way, he slipped up.
This is also somebody who grew up in a time when racism was a lot more acceptable than it is nowadays.
Oh, exactly. You know what? We should put a link out here for there was a promo that he did when he was a heel back like in the early 80s with Tony Atlas. And, there's a couple nuggets in that one where he was very racist. He told Tony Atlas in the promo to shine his shoes. Told him also, he said something like in reference to him being black, but he said something brown. He said like 3 or 4 different things. So it was like even back then, you know, is not as PC as it was 35, 40 years ago, but he was saying crazy shit back then, even in character. I don't know. Honestly, at the end of the day, do we really care, though? Like, fuck Hulk Hogan, in all honesty.
No, I mean, it's been blown up to a proportion that, like, who gives a fuck? He's been punished appropriately. I mean, this is a guy who has been actually, like, a lot of people speculate, oh, he's so rich. No, not really. He's actually been on dire straits for quite a few years because of his divorce and all that other shit. So he's not exactly doing great. Like, he had to basically crawl back to the WWE and get a job just to make money and make payments and stuff like that. So, I mean, he's been appropriately punished, I think.
Who's this?
Just to be clear, his whole family's fucked too.
You know what? You said it right. Who is this? Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with beer. It has nothing to do with movies. Fuck them. Anyway.
It never has stopped us before. What is this?
Oh, it hasn't stopped us before.
Hey,
but,
the Hulkster likes to drink a few brewskis after he's beaten the Iron Sheik, brother.
Well,
He's beating that sand nigger into the ground, brother.
Okay, that's one past our limit.
It's like a lot past our limit.
Well, yes, okay. Last topic we had was something that I posted just today, which is the first look inside the Innocent Gun's new venture, the Beer Kitchen. Innocent Gun has opened up its new bar, and it is a beautiful-looking bar. Looks awesome, but like Lee said, I wish they had invested in a brewery instead of just a bar.
Get a fucking brewery, dudes. Come on. I mean, Beer Kitchen, fuck off. Get a goddamn brewery.
Or even get a fucking brew pub going. At least where you brew something at the pub, even if you're doing small batches of shit. Get something going. Come on.
Get something where you can take your destiny into your own hands instead of having to depend on other people to fucking...
Well, the other people is kind of his dad, so...
They could eventually put it into a brew pub, eh? Like, turn it into a brew pub?
I can tell you from my experience talking to Dougal and all that they probably will. He'll do it doesn't matter if he could make money off of it. If his marketing people think that he can't, he won't do it.
I've never seen a dude that just is like, my marketing people say this and they say that and they say, grow some balls. Just grow some balls.
Like, did you not see his face when he tried the raspberry stout we mixed here on the video? He was like, oh my god. And then he sends me a message back. Yeah, my marketing people don't think they can sell it. What the fuck? You almost creamed your own pants. You and Nick both.
Who technically owns the brewery or owns the name or whatever?
Yeah, him and his brother.
Then stop being a pussy because you are the owner. You make your own decisions.
Don't work that. He's macro. He just basically said he's macro. That's what it is. He's chairman of the board, but man, marketing drives all that. They're the guys who do it, man.
Yeah, that's the sad thing. Like, what's the background of his fucking marketing company? Did they actually have a background of beer at all?
It doesn't matter. He put them in a position, and if he's answering to them and listening to them, he's macro.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I mean, and he needs to get better marketing than those fuckers.
Right.
He needs to fire those fuckers and get someone. He needs to hire people who actually understand craft beer today.
Yeah, like if they built a brew pub in there, then they could have like experimental beers going, and people would eat it up. Like people would be.
The thing with experimental beers and him is
they all taste the same.
His market, his market is not Scotland. A lot of Scottish viewers would even tell you that. He doesn't want to try and compete with Brewdog and stuff like that because he knows he is not as good as them. He has his niche. His niche does amazingly well in Sweden. It does amazingly well in North America, and that's where he focuses his time. This is opened up in Scotland. He's just going to do that. He's not going to do a brew pub because they'll just go to Brewdog. Brewdog is the big Scottish name. And he's not going to make over-the-top beers because that's not what's going to sell all over the world.
Yeah.
Well, not even over the top, just
a lot of his beers is a basic ESB aged in different barrels. And when we say basic, I've had it not barrel aged. It's fucking basic. Like it's so scary. To try it unbarrel aged is scary because basically everything you're tasting in Innocent Gun Original is the barrel.
Yeah. And here's the thing with them. if they tried to enter the Scottish market at this point, who would accept them? Because they've just had this history for years now of basically ignoring them. At this point, it'd be like, fuck you. We don't even want you, I think. So
Yeah. It's a problem that they caused on themselves, but I'm okay with it because I love the beer, so I'm glad that I always have the chance to get the beer.
Yeah.
I don't see how he does well in the States. Just looking at the New York, Ohio, like even, I don't know if they get into Michigan, but just this shit sits everywhere. No one buys it. It goes on sale all the time because no one buys it. I know that means that he's getting it to distributors, so he's getting paid for it, but I don't think he does nearly as well in the States as he does probably everywhere else in the fucking world.
Well, Canada and Sweden are his two #1 markets.
Yeah, Canada has lots of innocent guns.
I mean, we're the one. Ontario, period, is his #1 market in general. I mean, we're the only ones with cans. We are the reason he started with the brown bottles. What the fuck is that?
Squeaky.
It's my chair.
Squeaky son of a bitch.
Come on, Taku Murray.
You gotta put a little oil on your chair.
He can't afford oil. He spends all his money on Tekus.
Exactly. Maybe I'll sit on one of those instead.
I don't think that would be pleasant, or would it?
Unless you try to birth it, I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay, I'm
Brad?
gonna go urinate in the sink. While I'm gone, I'm gonna leave the chat in the capable hands of Guy.
Fuck you.
Oh boy.
Come on, Yee. What do we got? Give us a topic.
Well, I don't know. I just ordered pizza. I'm really starving right now. Good thing. I need food.
Joe's got pussy everywhere. He's not even sharing. Fucker.
Well, speaking of pussy, I had like sushi today. It was pretty good.
For fuck's sakes.
So what are you drinking right now?
Fat Tug IPA out of a Teku, like a fucking boss.
Like a boss? I don't see it, so I don't believe it.
Oh yeah? You want some of this?
Where's your webcam? Turn it on.
He said
Oh! Teku, motherfucker!
Not that bad on that.
Alright, good stuff. Now you just need a Z stem. That's all, then you're set.
It's a good beer, too.
What are you drinking, Dale? You drinking anything at all?
Yeah, I picked this up today. It's the Publican Brew House. It's a new brewery in Ontario, Peterborough.
It's not new.
Well, it's new here.
Yeah, so fuck off, Chad.
Yeah.
It's new to the LCBO and the beer store, yeah, but it's not new.
Don't listen to him, Dale. Don't listen to him. He's drinking fucking Rainier.
No, I'm
shitty garbage beer.
I'm drinking ISA from Red Racer, okay?
He's also drinking more garbage beer. No, I've seen that beer is so polarizing. It's so polarizing. I've seen like 3 people love it and 3 people like not my cup of tea. I wonder why. Is that because beer's subjective, or are there stupid palates about it?
You can bring your personal taste into it, though.
No, definitely don't. Do not. No personal.
How are you supposed to know if a beer is good or not if you can't use your personal taste?
All I care is how do BJCP judges like it.
I'd imagine if you're a master cicerone, you just know everything, and you know what everyone will like, so you can tell if the beer is good or not.
If I don't see your certificate right now, you can shut the fuck up about all beer forever.
Do you want me to go get my certificate? You've seen it. It's right there on the wall.
Are you a master cicerone?
No, I'm not a master, no.
You settle your shit down, Chad. Only master cicerones. There's like 9 in the fucking world that are allowed to talk.
There's one in Canada.
Isn't she a lady?
Yeah, it's a lady.
Damn. She hot?
No.
Come on, Brad.
No.
I was hoping.
I'm sure some people find her attractive, but for me, no.
I like he's talking about a lady and there's like the minute amount of beer just fucking around with the
Come on, Brad the Hitman Hot, baby. You are not Hulk Hogan, so settle your shit right down, baby.
Listen, brother. I don't know if I was. Hogan's not looking so good these days.
No, and
It's not his first porno either. He's like got how many probably now?
I don't know. Too many.
He's got his own porno line. Hulked. You've been hulked or something? That'd be awesome.
Is China in it too?
Oh,
I'm sure
man.
all happy.
It's a leg drop. It'd be like a cock flop.
So Wayne Johnson's finishing move.
The finishing move. I love it. I love it.
It's a polarizing finish, brother.
Oh, baby, it's so polarizing like the Central City IFA, baby.
Who said it was polarizing?
I did, because that's what people say apparently when they're confused that why people's opinions don't match up. Oh, you don't like it as much as me? Oh, that's polarizing. Oh, you like it more than me? Totally polarized right now, baby. I don't know what's happening.
Yarr. A little bit, I guess.
Darr. Darr. Darr, mateys.
It's me, Joe, and the, I don't know, what the fuck you guys drinking?
Nick, baby, is this your new webcam, baby? Is this what's happening right here?
This is my camera. And how does it look, baby? Do I look any better?
It's compressed because there's too many people. You won't get the highest quality out of it.
You have the same webcam that both Guy and I have, so you look about the same. I don't know. I don't know, baby. Quality wise, it's the same.
The quality looks the same. I don't know, but we don't look the same though.
No, we don't look the same, but the quality is the same, baby. If you know what I'm saying.
Shit. What?
I don't know. We got Lee Hogan back, baby.
What's going on now? What's happening? Lee Hogan is dead, baby. Dr. Rose on this one.
He dropping racial slurs and leg drops on everybody, baby. Watch out.
That's right, the big leg drop, baby. It's dropping on all the black people. Look at all the black people I've beaten in my career, baby.
Oh no.
I put them in my place. Zeus?
No,
Zeus? That cross-eyed Negroid, I put him in his place.
We're gonna have to mute Lee Russell to save himself from himself.
Freedom of speech, baby. Come on now.
You first have to say into the actual webcam that you are a racist first. Just to clarify, and then continue on.
It's not my fault. Vince McMahon booked that, baby.
It's society's fault, Lee.
That's right. It's society's fault, baby. Everyone's a little.
Why
bit
you saying with Southern drawl then you would? Why you gotta say with Southern drawl? Why that happen?
Listen, baby. According to Dave. I'm sorry. It's not beer sample with Dave no more. It's Dave the beer professor. He says everyone's a little racist, baby. Everyone's racist.
He's just following Hulk Hogan, baby. That's all he's doing. He heard Hulk Hogan say it, and he said, "Yep, I agree."
And I agree with Dave, baby, because everyone's just a little bit racist. No, Dave, you're just kind of a fucking racist yourself, and you're trying to project it on other people so you don't feel so bad like some old piece of shit that no one fucking respects anymore. That's how I'm thinking.
On that note, baby, Jordan, why don't you tell everyone about your new channel because your old one is not accessible anymore?
That's right.
Frickin' lost my password, changed my phone number, never emailed anybody, yada yada yada. I have no more YouTube account. Well, it's there, I just can't get on it.
Oh shit.
Ouch.
240 beer reviews down. Whatever.
Here's the positive. Google Plus and YouTube no longer link together, so you can look at the positives, I guess. I don't know. That's all I got for you.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Now I get to review some beers, man.
It's like you never reviewed those beers before. Now you get to start all over again and give the same opinion on all of them.
Or give different opinions and get shit about it. I don't know, man. In your other review, you gave that a 7.5 instead of an 8. What are you doing? You like it a little less? You like it a little more? You going back on your first opinion? What happened?
You're completely dependable. I've lost all credibility, man.
Join the club.
Well, ask Eward. He had 2 channels.
Yep.
Yeah, but Eward never had any credibility.
That's true.
You gonna let Lee Hogan talk to you like that? Because that seems like a promo waiting to happen. Come on.
I thought Lee was muted. What?
God.
I muted myself.
Now he's talking like Roy Whiskey. Get a grip of yourself. What's happening?
Hey, we got that Newfie magic going, man.
What?
What? Oh.
It's an old urban legend.
Okay, I'm not fucking talking to you anymore. You mistake me for a fucking Newfie?
Oh, it's terrible.
Fuck you cornbread prairie piece of shit.
You got that Newfie magic, Lee?
Racist.
Lee, you got that Newfie magic? Tell me about it.
Roy Whiskey's gonna show you some magic, bitch.
Why'd you whisper right in my ear, dude? What are you doing?
Brad, you are a handsome individual.
Stop that.
Oh my God.
Surrounded by people from Alberta. I couldn't be.
Average Joe Radio. We're on KB fucking fag right now. FHE. KB FHE. Average Joe all night.
Shout out to my good friend, fellow beer tuber, Beer Zerka. How you doing tonight, buddy? Oh, you're not here in the room? That's unfortunate.
Horns, baby.
You're always after me looking
Fucking man.
Gonna throw down to my friend Venus Flytrap. He's gonna send some sweet, sexist, soulful sounds out to all you people. We're here in Buffalo. We're in Tittabacook.
Sorry, guys. I was just getting yelled at for what you told me I'd get yelled at for earlier.
Shout out to Dar. I really like your clickbait headlines, baby. Can't wait to click them.
That's right. Headlines. This is Average Joe for KFAG, KFAG. We're running all night, baby.
Is it the best New England IPA ever? Question mark. I don't know, baby. You tell me.
Well, we have 6 viewers right now. To the 6 of you, say hi, ask us a question, tell us something, do something, because we're out of topics now, and these idiots are getting drunk, so we're going downhill. We're going downhill far.
Everything is gone.
And yeah, I was off the camera for a little bit because I was getting bitched at by the wife, so I apologize. Yeah.
You're gonna want to watch the replay.
I dare you to open that bottle on camera and actually pour it in the glass and give it a proper review, you piece of shit.
DAR that. Just take your tongue and lick it right up the side of the glass. Proper glass, of course. None of those shitty, non-branded glasses.
Isn't this a proper glass?
That's right. Lick your tongue up that glass, baby. See how many feminists you get hating on you then.
It's gotta be a 93 because I heard someone scream garbage, baby.
Garbage.
Garbage. It's garbage.
Garbage 93.
You know what? I think I'm done with beer for the night. I'm going to move on to Magner's Perry.
Perry.
I'm thinking of cracking open the cider, actually.
I bought this because I wasn't 100% sure if I had it yet or not. And then I had to check if I had reviewed it, and I did, and it's on YouTube, so I decided to just drink it. I was going to send it to Lee, but since he's retired...
Are those titties on your glass, or what? I just noticed that. And
I look, they fill up, too.
Can I get a look at the titties?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Brad just asked if you could get a lick of those, baby.
Oh,
look at that, Brad. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
That is pretty amazing glass.
It even has nipples. We've actually been talking about this a few times tonight. This was sent to me by a viewer, and I would never spend money on this, but because it was sent to me, I'm going to have to use it, even though it's going to piss people off.
I just have to say, just on the slightest chance that some new female beer tuber jumps into the community and sees, oh, Beer Dweebs United, I want to check this out and see if it's something I want to join. Please let it be known that we're not all raging misogynists and women haters and sexists.
And racists.
Yeah, and racists. Well, some of us are racist,
Yes,
but
Joe.
Please get over that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a big warm welcome to Daniel Harper, everybody.
Yeah, you know what? I think the glass is funny. I think it's such a niche piece of shit. It doesn't add anything to the beer. It doesn't add anything except pissing people off. And you know what? There is a dick glass out there where the bottom of the dick, the bottom of the glass is the balls, and the top of the glass is the head of the penis. That's another glass I want to get because it adds absolutely nothing to the beer. It just adds offense to people.
Don't you think them titties stir up the head and keep a nice cap on your beer?
Nice.
No. See, there's no stir up of the head.
Yeah, there's no laser etching in those nipples.
No, the nipples are not laser etched. But what I was talking about earlier, if I pour it back this way so that the beer leaves it, the nipples are actually golden in color. So if I pour a stout in here, the nipples will show up really nicely.
Now the big question is, can you do like a sort of Daz boot thing, like in like Beer Fest, where if you like rotate it enough, you can like chug it really well or something like that?
Oh yeah, see, I can fill up the nipples I can fill up the breast completely like this. See, now they're full, and then I can rotate it, and they fall out. Oh, that was my foot.
Them titties were full. What a glass! Oh my god!
I think that viewer should send one to Brad.
Fuck the Teku. I want that titty glass. Jesus Christ!
Would your wife have a problem with that glass, baby?
Yeah, probably.
You know, I'm starting to see that maybe we are going down like level that we've never been down to before. I think we might have reached a new low on Beer Dweebs United. I think we are quickly.
You know what? I took that beer out of the box today, and it was still in its shipping box too. And the shipping box is called the Beer and Titties glass. And my wife looked over at me and saw the box and goes, "What the fuck is that?" And I pulled it out. I pulled it out and showed her, and she kind of laughed at me and goes, "You're an idiot." I go, "How am I an idiot? I'm not the one that made the glass or bought the glass."
Let me ask you something, Chad. Was it a male who sent you that glass?
Yes, of course it was. I don't think there's one female in the beer area of the beer culture period that would send that out to me. I actually think that it's going to piss off more people than anything, but again, I just don't care anymore. I'm not drinking out of it because I'm a misogynist or anything like that. I'm not licking the nipples as I drink it. I just think that the glass itself is hysterical. And
totally question your honesty.
I actually think the glass is hysterical. That's what it comes down to. I think it's hysterical.
Just between you, myself, these 8 other individuals, all your viewers, and anyone who ever watches this, you're gonna motorboat the shit out of those later, aren't you?
They actually are almost natural. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they're slightly not level.
One
at the same time, it's very not natural for them to be so perky and off to the side so much.
Is one larger than the other, like slightly? That'd be natural.
No, but one nipple is lower than the other.
Oh, all right. It could just be droop when they made it, you know.
Well, this is hand blown. Yeah. Look! I showed this earlier before you were here, Nick. There is the drip mark from when they made it.
When you say hand blown, I'm glad you're holding that glass and not the one with balls and penises on it.
That one is apparently hand blown as well, just so you know.
Yeah, but you know.
Not me.
That's hand blown.
Joe's trying to tell us something right now, I believe.
Yeah. Well, you notice how none of us cared because none of us are from certain parts of the U.S.
Ohio, perhaps.
Ethan's not here, baby.
No, I'm not talking about Ethan. I'm talking about the other fucker, the Crypt Keeper.
I don't know about that guy. You talking about Johnny G? Yeah, he's got to be here.
Ohio Elvis.
The funny thing, I don't know, I'm that close to it now. The funny thing is that there's like 6 or 7 Ohio beer reviewers, which is crazy to me, that I at least know of. I thought there was like 2, and then there was 3, and then there's like 6 of them, and then there's 7, and I'm just like, the fuck are you guys doing in Ohio? I guess reviewing beer, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, first and foremost, from Turtle Feather Brew, Vermont-style IPAs overhyped with question marks. Well, the only Vermont-style IPA I've ever had is Bronin So is it overhyped? It's not really hyped at all. I think it's an amazing beer. If you're talking about the Alchemist and Hill Farmstead and all that, I really loved the Alchemist. I've had nothing from Hill Farmstead, so I don't know. But I think it was me, Ewart, and Joe that actually classified Vermont-style IPAs as unfiltered, juicy, and full of hype. So if it's not full of hype, it can't be a Vermont-style IPA.
Sounds legit.
See, what I think gets overhyped nowadays isn't even the Vermont shit, not the New England stuff. Anything that is not easily accessible is automatically overhyped. Because if you get it and it's good, you're going to tell everyone, then they're going to travel 6 hours to this place to get 3 bottles of it, and then tell everybody how good it is, even if it isn't that great, because you put in effort. If it takes effort and it's hard to get, automatically bumped up, say on like a 5-point scale, a half a point, maybe a whole point on ratings, but just hype level through the roof. And I think we can all say we've had hyped beers before that have fell short, and that's because in a lot of respects, people just like to hype things up because they're excited about it. Whether it was the effort they put in or they couldn't believe that someone sent them something that has stature.
They want to justify the effort they put into getting the fucking beer.
Like, I mean, if you see honest people who went to Hill Farmstead and drank some of their stuff, like Ewart will say, I've had a lot of great stuff from them. That is just, some of the best, pale ales or single hop pale ales or IPAs I've had. But then he also will say, some of this stuff is like,
Yeah.
There's a few
exactly. There's a few that are like, meh.
6 out of 10s. They're okay, but like if this was what I had from Hill Farmstead, I wouldn't be hyping it to everybody because it just is an okay beer. But those aren't the ones that get hyped. The ones that get hyped are the ones that are really good, and you have to tell everyone about them. I mean, you see all these new breweries popping up from the East Coast that people are going nuts about. Why are they going nuts? Because they're kind of like Junction, which Chad likes to shit on, kind of, for their stupid hours, which is, to have the hours you have it's tough for people to get the stuff. A lot of these breweries on the East Coast doing the same thing. All right, guys, we're going to be opened. Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 12 to 12:15. Then we're going to take a half an hour break. Then from 2 to 2:15. Then a 2-hour break. Then 4 to 6. And then you're just like, what are you doing? Why are you open 3 days a week for 2 hours a day? So we can have lines out the doors, and then when people fucking go back home, they go, "Ooh, I had Treehouse Julius, and it was magical because it tasted like orange juice. Everyone should travel to Treehouse." And then everyone goes, "You know what? I should fucking travel to Treehouse because it tastes like orange juice. I never had it before, but it sounds awesome, so I'm going to make a whole fucking 3-day trip out of it. And then when I get it, I'm going to tell everyone else." Not saying that beer is shit or anything. I've never had it, but what I'm saying is that's how the hype builds. And it's probably good, right?
Yeah, it was okay. It did not nearly live up to the hype.
I've had most Junctions line up, and Junction makes all solid beers. Their biggest problem is their hours, and their hours are fucking stupid. But they're not making their hours stupid for hype. They're making their hours stupid so that they don't have to be there all the time.
Well, regardless of what they do, at the same time, the majority of those places, that's the end result is you get hype because it's tough to get the shit. They make sure that they have the the ability and capacity to can stuff, to bottle stuff, but then they're like, we're going to release cans every 3 months because we're going to get people coming here for the can release because they can't handle the growlers because I don't know, it's just a fuck story. I'm sure a lot of those beers are awesome. I'm sure they're some of them are really worth what people say, but it just comes down to the whole they're up here, they're hyped, they're hard to get. And those are the whales that people go after, and that's what kind of, as you would like to say, the new money lemmings. Those are the type of individuals that hype those beers to get it out there and make them popular.
Well, they talk it because if it's rare, they have access. They want to increase trade value. That also helps, right?
That's another thing. Beer is currency at this point, way past anything you could possibly imagine. Beer is currency. People show up at breweries, buy extra cases of stuff that they don't have any intention to even consume or, I mean, I'm not going to name anybody on YouTube, but I saw a video. I will not name names, my friends, but I've seen someone on YouTube within the last week that did a trip to a location, bought an extra case of IPAs. In the video stated, I can't drink all these fresh. Okay, then why'd you buy the extra case? I'm going to send some out west to some guys for Toppling Goliath stuff and this, that. And the thing that pisses me off about that, and he's like, oh, it was like one of the last cases, or probably one of the last cases, being a real popular beer. How about a guy that just came up there for the trip that was looking to buy a 4-pack or a 6-pack or a half case or something? No, fuck that guy, because you had to get your extra case so you can get other whales out west and share the beer. You're just being an asshole, and that's how so many people are getting nowadays.
Well, I mean, that's
ridiculous.
That's what I hate about the beer culture is I have a whole bunch of beers on the chair back there that I'm going to be sending out one box to Jordan, one box to Will, one box to Lee. Do I expect anything in return? No, I'm just sending it out so that they can try it. I'm sharing beer with them. Some of the beers they might love, some of the beers they might hate. I don't care. I'm sharing stuff with them. I'm not purposely going out and buying an extra 2-4 so that I can go, hey, I'll send you this if you send me that. No, I'm just sending you shit that I think would be fun to see you try.
I'll give you an example, too. Oh, go ahead, Jordan.
Oh, I was just agreeing with Chad.
Oh. Yeah, no, I totally agree, and this is just something I actually saw 2 days ago. One of Aaron's buddies that you were, well, I think a lot of the guys met. Julian, Aaron's buddy at the beer fest, littler guy, glasses, skinnier guy. Yeah, he did a weekend trip with his I think it's fiance, and they did like a New England. They had to blow some vacation, so they did a trip and they came back with a bunch of stuff, but it just put in my thought. I was like, oh, what did Hill Farmstead have on tap? Because I just wanted to go see what they randomly had in the middle. I don't know anything about like their releases, so I go to Hill Farmstead site, and there's somehow I got lost in a link where they changed their policies on bottle releases, and it used to be you could get in line, get your beers, come back the next day, do the same thing when they had a special beer on tap or they had bottles of it and it didn't sell out. So you could stay there 3 days and come back each day and get the limit of whatever the beers were. And they changed the policies to you get the limit, no more. I think they take like your credit card information and your name and everything down. So if you try to come back the next day and try to buy the limit, they're like, no, because they want more people to get their beer, right? They want to get it out there in as many hands as possible. Someone in the comments section just justified all the, I like it, New Money Lemmings. I'm going to always use that word. The New Money Lemmings who, the one guy just goes, well, fuck that. I'm not going to come out to Hill Farmstead. You expect me to drive 6 hours round trip to get 3 bottles of your beer when I could honestly just get 9, or I could sometimes get an entire case of it? Well, you just lost $1,000. I'm like, they didn't lose shit, because here's the thing. There are hundreds, if not thousands of people exactly like you that would like the beer. So you know what? They're going to sell out. They're not going to lose any money. And they're hopefully going to deter assholes like you who just go there to stock up for beer currency. They're going to throw you to the side, which they should be doing because you are a piece of shit. And it's just funny to see guys like that.
They're not going to lose any money whatsoever if they're going to sell an entire batch.
And they're getting it out to more people that actually put in the effort. That's the thing. Put in the fucking effort to do this and reward everyone equally. Not this guy can fucking have 12 bottles because he can spend an entire weekend there. I don't know. Whatever.
Just so people know, if you want to know how much beer the boobs hold, if you want to know how much beer the boobs hold in this cup, it is that much right there. The boobs hold that much beer.
Shot glass worth.
Those are 2-ounce kitties. 2-ounce.
Them titties.
I thought it was a 17-ounce glass, but I was wrong. It's a 27-ounce glass. I was wrong by 10 ounces.
That's a weird fucking size.
Yeah.
We're just random.
Even the main body's 10 ounces.
What is that, like
No, the
800 something milliliters? I can't think of it.
Yeah. So a 650 with a lot of head is perfectly in here.
Oh, a 750 with an extra 1.6.
A lot of head.
Yeah, 750 would fit well with head. Yeah. Last beer for me for the night, unless I get talked into something else, is this, the Red Racer IPA.
I had one of those tonight myself. But it was for autism.
How fresh was it, Lee? Did they put a bottle date on that, buddy? Did they? Come on, baby.
I don't know if there's can on date. No.
Can on date, baby. That's
on the bottom.
I was gonna look here now. The can on date on this stuff.
It's on the bottom, Brad said. It's on the bottom.
There's a date produced on
June 2nd, 2015, baby. The canned on date on that.
March 2nd, 2015 for me.
Holy shit, drain pour.
Jeez, that drain pour that, baby. Jeez, Comcast internet.
I just bought this like 2 weeks ago, but it's in a cardboard case, so you don't get to see what the fucking the can on date is.
They're all different in that case too, Chad.
Well,
what kind of fucking shit is that? They're all different.
No, he's right. He's right. The ISA is February 27th.
Oh, holy shit.
Now, you know what? Fuck,
Super
I gotta
fresh.
go get the box.
Super fresh.
Dude, when I first had that, I had the ISA, and I'm like, this tastes really fresh. And then I had the ISA.
Wow,
a month difference. So.
I mean, like a 5.5-month-old session IPA, solid, totally solid.
Listen, guys, I got Comcast internet, and I can't be seeing these bottle on dates. And
Okay, just 1 second, guys. So we had March 2nd, we had February 22nd. Now there's only 3 beers left in this case. There is another Red Racer IPA that is March 20th. So this one is actually 18 days after the other one.
Central City, I'm gonna need to get you.
This
Need you to get your shit together, baby.
IPA. This one is March 2nd. And then we have a Pale Ale, and the Pale Ale is February 15th.
Oof. We have a little bit too much stock. Let's just throw them in a random box, baby.
It's closer to
you Ginger Trumpet, you just sitting there, leading us along with your high skirt and your bicycle and
Ginger Trumpet.
Basically, she hasn't washed her underwear in a while, is
That's
what.
right. She hasn't washed. That's dirty. Those underwear is aged.
Dirty girl.
Okay, and the next comment I have, I only had 3 comments. I'll check if there's any more in a bit since Lee's failed us. It's from Strat Beer.
What the fuck? Fuck you.
Strat Beer asked, what is our favorite IPAs?
Lee has turned into Hollywood Russell, baby.
My favorite IPAs. I actually really like the Central City IPA, the Red Racer IPA. I really like the Bronin Vermont style IPA. I actually really like that. The bourbon barrel aged Beaver River from Bose is really, really good. Yeah, that's off the top of my head. That's it. But there are more that I liked more than say the Beaver River. That's what I can think of.
Are we going regular IPAs, double IPAs?
He just said, "What's your favorite IPAs?"
Regular. Come on, Joe. Jesus, he didn't ask about doubles. So
Shut your fucking mouth, Kaku Murray.
Such a goddamn face.
We don't need any lip out of you, old man.
I like Anti-Hero by Revolution. There you go.
Not cool. That's not cool.
Well, let's do a freaking topic. 5 IPA.
Well, the topic is, what's your favorite IPA? What's your favorite IPA, Jordan? Favorite IPA, right?
The favorite IPA. What's your favorite IPA?
Nickelbrook's Russian Imperial Stout.
For fuck.
That's super hop forward.
That's super hop forward, yeah.
It bites the shit out of me with hops.
Like a black IPA or...
Oh, fucking hell.
How about you, Nick? We'll go in order, whatever order I have here. Nick?
The best one I've had recently is Vickers Cross from Boxing Rock. Just amazing when you can get it fresh. I can't get it.
That's a double IPA.
Yeah, I would have loved to get it fresh, Lee. Fuck.
That's a double IPA, Nick.
Oh shit!
The rules.
It is.
Spin the rules.
And say Red Racer.
Don't be so tight on the rules.
Yeah, I would also say Red Racer. That's my favorite standard IPA from Canada. And I can't remember fucking IPAs from the USA because there's just so fucking many of them that I can't remember anymore. So I'm just
there's so many good ones. Lagunitas makes a good one. What's Firestone Walkers? Is it?
Oh baby, the Union Jack and Double
Union
Jack.
Yeah, that's a good one. Union Jack is really good.
Damn.
How about you? You said Ante. How about you, Dale? Favorite IPA, the one you probably brew, right?
No.
Damn it.
Mine's good. Mine's really good. But I'd have to say there's so many out there, and I have like a top 5. I would go with.
Let's do it.
I would go with Bo's Screaming Beaver IPA Bourbon Barrel Aged. I'd go with the one I just recently tried with Chad and Guy, which is the Vermont Ale IPA, which was really good.
Yeah, the
So much hype. So much hype.
Number 3, it'd be Beyond the Pale's Super Rye Guy, which is a rye IPA.
Mm-hmm.
Red Racer, and let's say anyways, I can't think of it right now, but there's 4.
You know what? When we were in Ottawa doing our brewery tours, we hit 9 breweries that day?
7.
And 7. And every single one of them had at least 1 or 2 IPAs they tried to get into us. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just IPA'd out, buddy. I'm not your stupid craft beer guy that just wants IPAs all day, every day. Something else, okay? I'm done with IPAs right now. Come the 7th brewery. I didn't even want to be there. Come the 7th brewery at that point because I had my mother harassing me on the cell phone about when we were picking up my kids, and then she pretended that she missed them after we left. But
she did give them chips though.
Yeah, she chips and candy. Do they want? I don't think they're gonna eat. I fed them junk all day. Can we go to Chinese food? Yeah, fuck you. Anyway, so we're at the last one.
A little bit off topic.
Not covered great. What was the last one? It was Broken
Stick.
And he gave us his saison and all that, and I didn't even really care to be there at that point. And it's bad for that guy because I wasn't trying to.
Fuck you, Broken Stick. Fuck off.
It wasn't that I didn't want to be there, but as soon as I walked in, I knew that I didn't really care for the place. As soon as I walked in the door, and then he's trying to get me another IPA, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm done. And he poured it anyway, so I just left it on the counter. I'm like, I'm not drinking it. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm done with IPAs. I'm done. Don't hand me another IPA today.
Now, every single brewery had one, and Whippersnapper, I don't know, man. They just kept giving them to us. They were like,
here's another IPA. Here's another IPA. Here's another IPA.
I don't fucking care if it's red, black, blue, purple, orange, fuck.
I got my top 5 here.
But fuck, none of those places I got any bitterness from any of their IPAs.
Yeah, what's your 5, Jordan?
Oh shit. Lucky 13 is number 5 by Bad Tattoo Brewing. Amazing shit. Then number 4 is Phillips Hop Circle, which I'll be drinking next. And then it's Stone Ruination IPA.
Is that regular or 2.0?
This is the regular.
Either way, it's your favorite beer.
Last batch, dude. Last batch. Then Deschutes Fresh Squeezed.
That's good.
And the best IPA ever, Nogna India Pale Ale.
See, I've not had, other than the beer you sent me, I haven't had many Nogna O beers that I really loved.
I'd like to have it fresh. Just like fresh would be nice. Like, and I'm not even talking like I need this IPA to be like 2 weeks old. Like 2 months, 3 months. I'm cool. I'll try it. No, you shows up. It's like 6 months old.
Yeah. We have. Well, you know the way the LCBO works. It's the same thing here. Anytime a Nogna O beer shows up, it's already old. And I'm looking at it going, yeah. And then I try it. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's okay, but for the money I paid for it, why?
Yeah. Hey, Dale, I wanted to ask you a question. Out of all those breweries you went to with Rhino and Guy, what was your favorite of the bunch?
My favorite? It's hard to say because they each had their own character or style. But I think out of the 7 guys that we talked to, the top 2, I'm gonna have to say Andy at Nita Brewing. He was a really nice guy, chill. And John from Covered Bridge, the first brewery, he was nice.
Yeah, see, for me, Nita Brewery again was he had some really good beer, some not so good, but some really good beer, and he just seemed like the type of guy that I would connect with. You know, like with with the breweries I've become friends with, he just seemed to be the same type of guy, and it was fun talking to him. Like I just let the camera run, and we had some great conversations. Him and the guy from Bicycle, Farouz.
Oh, yeah,
Fairbo is there. Yeah, he was actually a pretty cool guy too. I hope he succeeds because you walked into his brewery and it was all plastic fermenters, and he you can tell that the guy just loves beer and he wants to make it into a career, but he didn't have the money to go into it the way that some guys do. And I hope he succeeds because he did some really nice beers. But yeah, John, the very first guy too. Yeah, he was a really nice guy too. But the heat in his brewery makes me somewhat worried for his beer.
Yeah, it was hot in there, and out of all of the breweries, Bicycle, I thought, in my opinion, Bicycle was the cleanest, largest, most organized.
Yeah. But you get that when it's like only two or three staff members. You're gonna have a super organized place because you don't have anyone else doing anything in there. I was weirded out when we were at what the fuck, Whippersnapper. The fermenting in the bags, that was just so weird to me.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in every brewery I've ever been to. I've brewed at the college. I've brewed at breweries around Ontario. I've been in breweries all over North America, and I've never seen somebody ferment in a bag in a barrel.
Yeah,
it was just so weird.
Yeah, that was the worst. Like, out of all the breweries, I think that was my worst. I had the worst vibe there, just because the guy just wouldn't shut up, and he just kept fucking pouring us all this beer.
He was a douche, bro.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know how fresh this is, and he would pour it fucking. Anyways, yeah, it was like big clear garbage bags in those big plastic blue rain barrels.
Sign me up.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
You know what? And I'm not trying to say don't go there, because some of the beer was actually nice.
Yeah.
Some of the beer was good. He did make some good beer, but he just of all of them, he had the vibe of the people that I don't usually like in beer.
If you like your beer tasting like garbage bags, then
No, it is. It wasn't a well, it was a garbage bag, but
take a garbage bag, just throw it on the.
It was a food grade bag. It's the same type of bag that Pizza Hut uses when they wrap their dough. It was a food grade bag. So it's a food grade bag. It's not adding any flavor to it, but it's just weird to see. Like, especially it actually had space and spots for fermenters. Like, why aren't you using fermenters? Why is it in a fucking barrel in a bag?
Hi, my name is.
No, it just sounds fucking weird, man. Like,
man, it was weird. Like, I didn't want to really put the camera on it when he was talking about it, because I'm like, is this something you want people to actually see? Because it's just weird.
Yeah, it sounds like buying boxed wine at a liquor store. Like, how fucking douchey do you feel and weird do you feel if you're gonna buy a box of wine? Like, how much of a fucking loser are you if you're buying boxed wine at a liquor store?
Now, I'll be honest, his tasting glasses were fucking awesome.
Oh yeah,
they were tiny, mini little fucking mason jars, like mini mason jars. They were awesome.
Were they wrapped in garbage bags also?
No, but here's the thing, right? You're going into this place, and once we saw the way they brew, and they're brewing in bags and all that, it was weird that there wasn't a beer that I hated. None of them were, like, there was one beer that I really liked, and there was another beer that was okay, and the rest of them were meh, but they weren't bad, they were all passes. But when you see the way he brews, and then you taste the beer, you're like, this is kind of interesting that, I don't hate it, knowing that it's brewed in a fucking bag.
Yeah, but
I think at that place, at Whippersnapper, we had like 9 or 10 samples there, and my favorite out of them all was the Okula, which was their ginger cream ale or whatever.
That was a really good one too. Yeah, and what was they gave us a dark beer, right? It was the Evil. That was a good beer too.
Yeah.
And the rest of them, I was like, meh. Whatever. They're passable. But like, you hear brewing in a bag, and you think like home brewing. You have the mesh bag, and you have all your malt in it.
It's not even that. It's not even that.
Fermenting in a bag. This is fermenting in a fucking bag.
It's not even that. I don't want a brewery using plastic at all for anything, because plastic means oxygen. I don't want a professional brewery making anything with plastic. I don't want the beer in
that's
plastic.
the weirdest thing, right? And you can't actually have an airlock on a plastic bag.
No.
Yet none of it was oxidized. It was the weirdest fucking thing ever. Because I even while I'm holding the camera, I'm looking over at Dale because Dale brews as well, and he's looking at me, and we're looking at these bags, and it's like, what the fuck is this? It was just this weirdest thing, and then we drink the beer, and it's not oxidized. It's so fucking weird, and I've never seen it anywhere. But it works for them. But why? Why?
He was a bit of a creep, that guy, though.
Don't hate on creativity.
And then Frodo's bricking in Sam's mouth, and Gandalf's giving us really gay look, and
I know nothing of which Lee speaks. Also, you were. I double dog dare you.
Throw up.
So,
the last comment I have before I refresh is from Dave Zodiac, and it says that's about as useless as a pair of tits on a beer glass. Oh wait.
Yeah,
I don't know what that was about, but yeah, I have his
about your tit glass, dude. Come on.
How are we talking about this chat in general?
Fuck off. I'm saying I don't know what that comment was referring to, other than my beer glass.
I think it's when we told Dave to fuck off and then corrected himself.
No. It could have. I did not correct myself. There was nothing to correct, sir. I told Dave to fuck off, and I stand by that.
But then you said not Zodiac. Pretty clear.
Yeah, no, because I wasn't talking about Dave Zodiac. I was talking about Beer Specialist Dave, or Dave the Beer Professor, however he wants to be known now, the stupid bitch.
It's Dr. Dave the Beer Professor.
Is that his new name?
That's his new name. Dave the Beer Professor.
No, Doctor. You forgot Doctor. Dr. Dave the Beer Professor.
Oh, yeah.
He just wants to be a little bit more accurate, kind of like Brad's name should be Weed Under Review.
He just wants to be more super accurate because, he really comes off as a doctor of and a professor of beer, especially when he's sitting there with his shirt open bitching about racism when he's a racist himself. It's awesome. It's great. It's really great. More power to you. Fuck
hey. Stop using Beer Dweebs United as your platform to start beer tuber fights. I want to do a rant and rave with Lee and get all your fights started.
Bruce Under Review 420.
Bruce Under Review 420.
Ken Nealon.
Is he doing collabs with Tits Beer Bong 420?
Not yet.
You know what? Brad, do a fucking dual review with him. Find him and do a collab with him.
Brad, do not listen to the
No.
fellow.
Do a collab with him because it shows people that use weed right and people that don't at the same time.
My advice would be to never contact him.
I don't want my name to be associated with It's Beer Bong 420.
Also, I want to point out my tummy hurts.
We could.
You fucking.
Well, we have 4 viewers left. We're taking them all away. Once we get down to 2, I'm done for the night, I think. But for the 4 of you that are still here, we got to your comments. Give us some more comments. Give us some more comments. Come on. We're at the bottom. We're at the bottom of the barrel right now. There's some of us that are only drinking water, and there's some of us that are drinking a lot of beer, and there's one of us that isn't.
God damn it, Dart.
And there's one of us with a kitty glass. The holes aren't the same size either.
So
There's a lot of room here, and there's not so much room here.
That's usually how it works,
Hey,
Chad.
Dale.
What?
Can you hold up that tattoo again?
Yes.
Turn me on.
Oh, yes.
That's the Dominion one, or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
The Minion did it.
There's only two breweries here that have them. It's Dominion City and Beyond the Pale.
See, I want to get the Dominion one, and I want to get a Waller Street glass. Those are the 2 I want to get, and I'll probably have to do it the next time I'm home.
You like my glasses, eh?
Yeah, I like your glasses.
Is that a euphemism for something else?
Yes, it's a euphemism for buttocks. I like his buttocks.
I got 6 of those Waller Street glasses. They're just sexy.
Yeah, see, I want some Waller Street and I want some Dominion, and you know what? I like glasses. I'm like, but I'm like Ewart, but I'm not like Ewart. I have a huge glass collection, but they're not all Tekus.
I don't have all Tekus. Excuse me. I have a lot of Tekus, but I actually prefer.
He quickly corrected himself.
I have a lot of them, though.
I don't have 100% Techies. It's more like 98% Techies.
If it's a
Yeah,
rare
he's
or
looking up
hard
to the
to get
sky, too. He's
glass,
like,
I have.
Do I see any glasses other than Tekus? I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. No, I like the balloon wine glass style.
I only have one. I only have one of the Grand Service glasses, and that's the Young's Double Chocolate Stout one.
You were at the Dragon Steamboat. I may ask you a question. Here we go. What is the most regular glass you drink out of on a regular basis? Something the common man like Dusty Rhodes would drink out of.
It's a Z-stem tulip. That's what it is.
That is not common. Try again.
I just gotta say, off the topic here for a second, this is the best thing Joe's ever done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Turtle Feather Brew asks us what our opinion of the most underbrewed style is. And for me, it's an English mild. I think an English mild is the most underbrewed
I would totally agree. English mild is underbrewed as fuck.
Double IPAs.
There you go.
Session IPAs, yeah.
Do they mean underbrewed as in under attenuated? Most often under.
No, as in not brewed enough.
Oh, okay.
If we're looking at under attenuated, fuck, that goes by brewery. I mean,
yeah, that's every style, every brewery. That's by brewery by style. That really
Trafalgar.
Trafalgar's problem usually isn't under attenuation; it's oxidation and a few other things.
No, their problem is Jim Murray's a dick.
I think Trafalgar's problem is they exist.
Exactly. Their problem is that asshole is a fucking dick, and his kids need to.
Schwartzy was a great beer, okay? Schwartzy was great.
Yeah, well, yeah, listen, his kids need to murder him and just take over the entire thing.
And his spirits are to die for. But yeah, a lot of his beers aren't.
You know what else is to die for? Jim Murray needs to die.
Okay, so most underbrewed style for me and Lee, English milds.
That's right.
English dark milds.
No, don't bring race into
English
it.
mild, okay. So 3 English milds.
I was lying.
Gee?
Goza, baby.
Goza from
I don't even know I've ever had an English mild.
If it was a year ago, Goza would be correct, but you are incorrect.
Joe, shut the
Goza is it's the whitest goddamn style you could pick, you racist.
Hit the bong and come back and answer the question.
Greg, most underbrewed style from Greg.
Greg doesn't know styles.
Dale, most underbrewed style, Dale.
I'm gonna have to go with you and Lee. Milds. You never see them.
Okay.
And if you do, it's rare.
I've never seen a Goza, but I've seen miles before. Same.
Eisbach.
Just saying.
Raspberry Fox.
No one needs to be.
He's shoveling pizza into his mouth. Nick, most underbrewed style.
Oh, fuck, you have to ask me. In the Maritimes, I hardly ever see Russian Imperial Stouts, but that's a fairly well-brewed style the rest of the world.
Alrighty,
I would agree with you.
Jordan, most underbrewed style.
Alba, which is ancient Egyptian style.
Oh yeah, everyone's just hurting for that style, dude. Come on now.
No, that was brewed quite a bit. You just missed the window, bub. That's all.
Yeah, but by like 7,000 years. Screw it, missed it.
Reviewing under the influence of hipsteritis. Yep, hipsteritis all day long.
No,
No, to be honest with you,
the
I would
most
say,
underbrewed style is.
how about this?
Non-alcoholic. Non-alcoholic is underbrewed.
Salties are underbrewed.
Seriously. Instead of Bose, forget Bose, but Gruit's. Gruit's, not enough
you know what?
Gruit's.
Other than Bose, you are correct. There aren't that many Gruits out there. Railway City has made a Gruit or two. There's a few others in Ontario, but Gruits are not big, but they seem to be fairly big in Ontario. And Scotland, I mean, the what brothers? The Wilmer, no, what the fuck is that?
Williams?
Not Widmer.
The White Hag.
No, they make Alba and all that. The something brothers. Fuck.
The we don't give a rat's ass brothers.
Basically, yeah. They make a bunch of Gruits. They have like 3 or 4 on their list. And
now, let me ask you a question: is Bose actually considered Gruits since they throw in hops, or would that be actually not a Gruit?
They consider themselves Gruits. They throw in so little hops because usually it's 1 or 2 pellets. But in the complete, utter layman's term of the definition, no, it's not a Gruit because it has hops. They throw the hops in so they can sell it at the LCBO in the beer section. But what they do is they take 4 hops. They take 4 hop pellets and they throw it in so they can put hops on the label.
So it's not a Gruit.
Not technically, no. But at the size they're brewing it at, if you're allergic to hops, you're not getting any hops in it. So you're okay.
But it's
what
still not a
about
Gruit.
that, beer wine hybrids?
The Bros? Are you talking about the Bros?
I don't know what they're called, but it's beer and wine. Like Dogfish Head did one.
It's called the Fenton Brewery out of Michigan. They do a blend of a Imperial Cream Stout with a blackberry Merlot. And,
Blackberry.
Yeah, Teku Murray didn't rate it on Untappd, but I'd imagine he would have gave it a 3.875 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing though, pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Yeah, we all can drink. Explain to all these fellas here.
Massive Beer Reviews doesn't want to show his face on here, but he says most underbrewed is Wee Heavies, Baltic Porters, and Eisbox, and because of his answer, it does show a big discrepancy in where you are in the world, because Wee Heavies are fairly standard in Ontario. Baltic Porters, you see a bunch of them in Canada, but he is right, Eisbox I don't see many of.
Hey,
Matt,
Brad,
I will apologize.
Brad, can you find any Baltic porters in Alberta? I haven't found any.
What's that Quebec one that's barrel aged and half cognac and half bourbon barrel?
Musketeers. It's awesome.
Yeah, but that might as well just be a barrel aged porter at that point.
No,
Barrel aged.
that's the one. That's the one I can think of. I bought a few of them. Good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Have you tried it yet?
Joe, don't ask.
Have you tried it? Brad, answer the question.
Answer it, you bitch.
Brad, have you drank it?
No.
Brad, do you do cross-feasting?
Swear to me.
It's in my cellar.
I'd like to apologize to Matt. You probably do want to show your face, but Chad doesn't realize it's full. It's full in here.
Okay, I have to go anyways. I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
I'm still going to make fun of him because he has too much facial hair and glasses for me.
It's Matt. Massive Barriers. All right, see you later.
All right, guys.
It was great seeing your face again. You really have to come to the Niagara on one of my days off because I miss talking to you. I miss having fun with you.
You were hang on.
And you were take that to heart because that's pretty much the person who's never going to say that.
I want you to tell all these guys what the best beer of the Michigan Beer Fest was. Just explain to them what it is, please. What an asshole. What an asshole. That's Teku Murray for you. He doesn't give a rat's ass about anyone but himself. He's a selfish asshole.
These are the sexy sounds of Average Joe and K-Fag out of Buffalo.
I love you, Lee.
Joe's going to be running the train all
Hello,
night.
YouTube, and welcome to another episode of the Albino Runner Beer Review. This is the
Jesus, the mustache runner came in and ruined everything.
Would you say he hit and ran? See what I did there?
He did hit and run. He threw his mustache up there and dived away. No mustache rides for anybody.
I'm gonna do all beer reviews going forward. That is the one we'd like to refer to as Ethan Flair.
Oh, that guy! Friggin' A!
Matthew, brought your face up on that.
There we go.
What's going on?
Sorry, Ethan, you dropped out, and Gregory is taking the spot without saying anything. He's just there.
That never happens.
Job.
Hey, Greg, I would be a good sport and fuck off. Please, just fuck right off and get out of the room. We love you, but fuck off.
Oh, he found his glasses.
But don't block him. Because then he throws hissy fits. We can't block him. Do not block him.
So what's going on, Matt? How are you?
I'm alive, barely, but I mean, other than that, fucking, it's life. It's pretty much northeastern United States have transformed into the surface of the sun with 1,000% humidity, so literally just melting into every surface.
I went out. It took me like 4 weeks to mow my lawn because it just kept raining every time I had a chance to, and then I went out in the middle of the sun and did it, and then it took me another week to go out to do the weed whacking, and when I did the weed whacking, like the edging and all that, it was fucking like plus 40 out, and my shirt was like a tan color when I went out, and it was basically black from sweat when I came in, and it was gross. I'm like, I'm done. I don't even care if I've weed whacked everything. I'm done.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Other than that, drink good beer, man.
I have realized that my mixed pack right here of the Reign of Hops from Red Racer, thanks to my good buddy Brad who brought this up, there is a lot of different dates on these beers, and I wish I had all the cans to see how many different dates there were.
Well, that's always fun. It's like a Russian roulette with beer.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we range from what I had able to look at. I ranged from March 20th to February 2nd.
Oh man, that's
and
fresh. That's fresh as can be.
I bought this like 2 weeks ago, but some of them weren't even the same date on the same style. Like I had 2 Red Racer IPAs, one in March and one in February.
That's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, that's a question, Chad. Could you tell the difference?
Could I tell a difference? No, not as of yet. Could I tell a difference? No.
But a brewery just like throwing any old fucking thing into those packs? That's kind of.
Oh, and Matt, since you've been here, you've probably seen my glass, but I have the booby glass right now.
Fly Tatas, baby. You know.
That's not the Tiku. That is.
The glass reminds me of NASCAR and Looney Tunes jean jackets. That's what I think of when I say that glass.
Looney Tunes jean jackets.
Yes.
Oh, I guess so.
Get the sweet Tasmanian devil on the back of your jacket. Yeah, there.
Well, it'd be like a mullet sporting couple going to a bar to watch NASCAR, and like the wife who's like. She's 45, but she looks 85 because cigarettes and methamphetamine. Her husband, who drives a pickup truck that has a different truck, the bed is different color than the fucking front. He brings the glass to the local bar and then talks about it all night because it's the greatest thing he's ever seen. That's the vibe I get off of that glass.
He's basically describing Ethan right now.
Matt, you basically just described my every Tuesday.
I described, honestly, probably 50% of the population of where I live. So it's you know.
I would like some in-depth information on this Tuesday.
It's a good time.
Bring on the denim whores.
Day.
When did Joe turn into a slightly drugged out porn director?
He's doing a radio show right now. He is essentially the modern equivalent of Venus Flytrap, although he's not black at all. And he's doing a late night radio show right now.
Do either of you being Jordan or Lee need to try this beer because I only have one left of it. It's the Leafman's Fruitis.
Is that really a beer? Is that what you're going to define?
Throw it to Jordan.
Throw it to me. I actually gotta show my mom that.
Yeah, it says to drink it on the rocks. It's not a beer. It's not a beer.
I'm totally cool with you throwing that at Jordan. I don't.
Oh no, I brought 2 beers over. One of the other one is the Boulevard Tank 7. So
yeah, that's so fucking good. It's not even funny. I love that beer.
Yeah, my dick's tank.
I can get Fruitis or Fruitas, but I don't know, man.
Garnier Fruitis?
Give her.
See, Rhino, stop trying to make us fight over what beers you're sending us. Just win in doubt, send to Jordan, and I'm happy with whatever the fuck I get. So
don't worry, you're getting your shit, and that's all there is to it.
Exactly.
I gotta send a beer out to you, Lee. It's in Alberta here. You'd really like it.
That was the worst pour ever. What the fuck happened there?
Hey, Hey, Jay Terrio, why don't you get your shit together with those ports?
The worst part is there was nothing wrong with that pour. That's just what happened.
Is that because you're releasing the yeast esters? Is that what's happening?
It's like there's something for.
Well, look at how fast the head is actually fading on that. That's actually pretty quick.
I just want to say
yes to both.
Average Joe is doing the greatest thing I've ever seen. His DJ radio host thing is just. I am laughing.
Do you want me to do the sexy DJ that we know?
Do you both need a bottle of this? Do you both need a bottle of this?
Sure. Dusty, baby.
Sure. I'll take that. Yeah.
Hashtag Deep Throat Dusty, baby.
Dustin's going to deep throat all this, baby. He's going to take that into the bowl of the wood.
Yeah, you know how I play the game, Lee. I try to shove as much into the box as I can. I'm just asking if you would like to try
and listen, Dusty is all about shoving as much into a box as he can, baby. He has run the road for many years.
Hey, Lee, what size shirt do you wear?
I wear a 2X, baby. You want to shove that?
And how about you, Jordan? Which size shirt do you wear?
He wears like a schmedium.
I was gonna say
Well, from his Facebook pictures, he wears nothing.
Yeah. He is not even wearing hair in his pictures, baby, because he is shaving his skullet. He's getting on there, baby, with a hillbilly skullet going on. But Dustin Rhodes is, shove into the box you can, baby.
There you go.
Medium, large.
A large?
Medium, large, and extra large.
There you go, baby. I got big titties on them glasses, baby.
He want the medium. Is what you want, the medium.
The medium?
Medium? No, not medium. Get some extra large, because extra large titties on them glasses, baby. Just put them on there,
Let's
baby.
see how many of these royal purple shirts I have left by next year's festival, because I'm just giving them all away.
I mean, if my wife had those extra large titties, I'd have more than just Dustin and Cody, baby. I'd have a lot more kids. I'd have all kinds of roads.
You know what? I'm more into legs than titties myself. Legs and ass.
I am about a legs and ass man myself, Chad.
I concur. Nice. The boobies do a little for my wiener area.
He does.
Listen, if I was going to dump the Dustin Rhodes persona, I would agree with you because I'm more of a hip and leg man myself. But Dustin Rhodes, lots of big titties, baby. So put that titty glass up there and start drinking from the titties.
You know what? If they really wanted to make this a misogynist glass, you would have been able to suck beer out of the titties.
That's right. You put some holes in them titties, baby.
We just killed Brad. Brad just died.
Hey, Lee, you should probably send one of those to Daniel and see how he reacts.
There's some kind of like nipple on the nipple.
I don't think Daniel Hopper would be too appreciative of the titty glass.
What do you much prefer, the dick and ball glass? I don't.
Can you imagine actually drinking right now?
Although he's into the feminism, he's pretty much a pervert like me, so he might be into the titty glass.
Are you talking about me?
No, your name is not Daniel, baby.
Oh. Middle name is.
Okay, then I guess you kind of.
Ethan says for underbrewed styles, chelada.
No, that's an overbrewed style. That's an overbrewed style. We need no more of those, sir.
Where is Ethan anyway? Grass in here.
Dusty Joe would like to know if Matt Kong Bundy with his drinking over
we can't have Ethan in here because we have a guy that's been taking up a spot and hasn't written anything or said anything for a while. And if I boot him, then he whines because he gets blocked.
Don't talk about Dale like that.
I'm not talking about Dale.
Greg's been taking a shit for like 2 hours straight.
A lot of wiping.
Is that we're gonna call it a shit?
It's okay.
Well, what's he doing? Just
I got wide
off?
shoulders, it's all good.
Oh, are you carrying the show? Is that what's happening?
I got a really nice like light pink shirt from salmon. I got a really nice salmon shirt from Bicycle Brewing, and the thing is, it's a double X, and so is every other shirt I picked up that week. And I must say that I don't know how sizes are done, but companies should all have the same size because that double X shirt is like a regular large. Like it hugs me in ways that a shirt should never hug me.
Caresses you sweetly, baby. It sits there, caresses your breasts and it caresses your thighs and your longitude.
Yes, it touches my thighs. You are correct.
That's right. It touches your thighs and your longitudes and your breasts and it shape forms around your uteruses and it is very, very, very tight, baby. It's very tight.
Did you just define a color on a shirt as salmon?
Yes, it's a salmon shirt. And if I knew where it was, I'd show it to you. But it's either in the laundry room or in my bar. I don't know which one it's in.
Yeah, listen, Joe, you can sit there on the late night radio channel all you want and spout your nonsense, but salmon is a legit color, baby.
What? Salmon is a legit color, Joe.
Is that
right?
Would you prefer a little bit of a darker color like black, Lee? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, baby. This keep the black out of it, baby. I
think
salmon.
Lee is the king of beer tubes.
A little bit of brown.
Purple. He likes royal purple.
You like Martians?
Plum crazy purple.
Talking about sizes, I got told I got the size wrong. What size did you need, Nick?
What?
What size did you need?
Oh, I wear an XL, not 2XL.
He's lying to us. He's lying. Don't lie to us, Nick.
No, I wear a single XL.
I thought you were large. I don't.
Hey,
I was trying to.
I'm an XL too, Nick, and I got a double XL.
I just had a trunk full of shirts when I came up to Ottawa, Dale, and that's all that was left when I got to you. You know what the best part was when we did the festival? Mel is one of the girls that does the door for us, and she works for the sanctuary. And she came up and she's like, "Do you have anything smaller than a 2XL?" I'm like, "No, all the smaller people stole all the smaller shirts the night before." "Oh, I guess I'll make it work." And she like cut fucking slits everywhere and had it tied and this and that. And it actually looked really good on her, and it was super tight on her. And then she added me on Facebook, and I found out she's a pole dancer. And I'm like, yeah, that explains a lot.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of woman I can get behind, and I mean that more than one way.
I know how many ways you mean that.
Got it.
This is why you have no female viewers.
You know what? Mel is great though. She is the bastion of being able to tell me everything I need to know. She sent me a message. She's like, "Do you want to know how many people you had? Because I have all the information here." I'm like, "Yes." And the sanctuary, you know what? The Brimstone gets a lot from the festival, and I have people say you should really make Brimstone do more for you. But they do some amazing things for me. Like, first off, I get at least 6 bodies from them for the festival, so that's great right there. Like, they give me Mel, they give me Mel's husband, they give me like their 2 cooks. They get bodies for me so that I have a staff, and the staff is working for free. So you know what? I don't care. They don't have to give me anything extra because they help me at the city council meetings to get the things passed, and then they give me staff at the event. So good for them.
Here.
And Jason actually draws up my maps for me that I have to send to the AJCO.
I was going to say, Ethan posted a comment. He posted a link. Check it out. And there's a link from our friend Ronald the Riot, or Jay Thoreau, Terrio, whatever you want to fucking say, whatever, Louisiana, fucking, whatever, French bullshit.
What?
It's a link to the new Foster's cans, because they have a new Foster's can, baby. It just looks like so wild and off the cuff from the original Foster's cans because it's got a couple words on it and shit. Like,
I'm not looking. Fuck it.
Bet it has Foster's in it.
Fuck it, I'm not looking.
Everyone's gonna look at it, baby, because look at these new Foster's cans. They're gonna change the flavor of
Bait and switch.
Are the words Australian for beer?
Bait and switch.
It is. It's Australian for beer, baby. You just gotta look Foster's, baby, and these cans look like shit. They
You don't even drink that shit.
Well,
in Australia.
but Foster's has a blue. It's a blue. There's blue involved. There's red involved. There's stars on the can. I mean, really, are we fucking putting together the fucking picture here? It's fucking. Right up Jay's alley.
Well, they have the Foster's Lager and they have the Foster's Ale, and the Foster's Ale is green. And oh, that's a big change, baby. They have words on these cans. They have like fucking kangaroos and fucking pine trees on these.
So
Fuck,
I have
man.
no idea the struggles of a colorblind person.
More anti-Australia.
Whole new ball game, man. They got fucking kangaroos. They have a picture of Australia, the whole continent, on the fucking Foster's can. On the fucking Foster's Ale, they have fucking palm trees. They have a fucking boomerang, and they have a word saying "good." Good on ya. Good on ya. You want to buy Foster's now? Come on, guys. Come on.
You know what? I want to buy at least one can of Foster's Ale just to try it. But other than that, I'm probably done with Foster's. And I want to get Lachlan here so we can play another game of Knifey Spoony. And that's about it.
Another Spoony. That's very negative, Chad. By the way, I just
positive development. I would like to say, Greg, are you there? Greg,
I am.
can you leave?
Oh, yes.
No, but Ethan wants to get in, and I know your whole rule of
Yeah, no problem.
Come back. Yeah, you gonna be on later?
Yep, after 1.
Okay.
That's right. We'll fucking whore you out later. Dude.
Not sure any of that's gonna happen, but see you in a bit.
I'm gonna fuck you in the.
Also, I just wanted to point out the whole what you call it, the Sanctuary for the Arts. The what the fuck is the name of the brewery?
Brimstone.
Fucking not even drunk. I was gonna say a novel concept for them was if they actually provided good beer for your fest. That would be a start.
Didn't they have
And I loved
the Fenian Red on tap?
I think they had shit, shittier, and the shittiest. I think that was the name of the 3 beers.
That good?
No, they had Enlightenment, which Matt reviewed, and he seemed to love.
Enlightenment is not a very good beer. I do not like it.
Matt, what did you give it? Like a 63? Was it? 67? It was garbage.
Well, that's a ringing endorsement right there. Holy shit.
No,
that's the beer they brought into the LCBO, and it has a lot of green apple taste, and it has a lot of flavors.
No good. No good.
Not fucking happening. Unless you got an apple pilsner going on there. No, thank you, sir.
I remember I tried it at one point on his like 3rd or 4th batch of it, and he had a problem where he couldn't get the heat up on his small tank, and he had put in an immersion heater, and the immersion heater had gotten the wort up so high that it actually started pulling stuff out of the rubber, and he got a big rubber taste on the 3rd batch.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And he still sold the 3rd batch.
That's worse. That's way more egregious offense than actually fucking shit up like that.
Yeah.
No, and you have a fucking horrible beer that you know is fucked up and bottling it.
He handed it to me. He said, "Try this. What do you think's wrong with it?" And I told him what I think's wrong with it. And he looked at me and goes, "Yeah, that's what I think's wrong with it too." And then he sold it.
Shameful.
Yeah.
Well, if you can't sell shitty beer, what's Lucky Lager gonna do?
Lucky Lager is a higher quality beer than what he was selling at that point.
Really?
Yes. I would rather the soaking wet corn chip than what I was drinking at that time.
What about Boxer?
I would even drink Boxer over what was handed to me that day.
Oh, wow.
Now with Enlightenment being done on the big system, it's a little better, but it's still just it has off flavors in it. Where like Fenian Red doesn't, Nocturna doesn't, the Cranberry Dunkelweiss doesn't. There's a lot of beers that don't have faults in it, but the Enlightenment Ale does, and it's just
a little bit better is like saying like, okay, you get raped with lube as opposed to not getting raped with lube. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like it's negligible horribleness. You know?
Going in dry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bite the pill. I'm going in dry.
Exactly. I'll repeat. Ethan.
Oh, better not scream. I'm telling you why.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Ethan. How are you doing and what are you drinking, sir?
Oh, eat the flares doing all right tonight, baby. I'm just drinking some good old water, some of that H2O.
Okay, Ethan, I tried to clear the entire room so you could talk, and you just told me you're drinking water. I'm incredibly disappointed. I'm never going to fucking do it again. I'm never going to clear the room for you again.
Bye,
And
Dale.
you've disappointed me beyond reproach. Fuck you, sir.
Later, gents.
See you, Dale.
Dale, have a good one, sir.
I'm sorry I drove you away.
I'm actually waiting for 8 a.m. tomorrow because I have 2 packages coming in the mail from Canada Post, and I can't wait to yell at the fucking woman again because the lady I have from Canada Post, even if the package says signature needed, she just throws it on my porch and leaves. And I know exactly what time she shows up at, and I'm going to be waiting in my underwear at the door, and I'm going to open the door and say, "What the fuck are you doing?" as she drops it on the porch.
You need to show your dick. You need to show your dick.
No, because then I've had the police here before for things like that. I've opened the door. I've opened the door. I've opened the door completely naked to Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff, so I'm not doing it.
Nah, you can't go dick. You get in trouble. You just slip one testy at the corner of your underwear.
I do.
Just one testy.
I do still.
You know what I mean? That way, it's like you know, but they don't know. But at the same time, you can act like you don't know. So it's like
Matt,
dicks out.
with what you're saying, Matt, I'm just going to say I do have. I don't know how many of you played the sport, but I do have my high school rugby shorts still.
Yeah, buddy.
They have a 1-inch inseam, so yeah, you can do that testicle out.
Yeah, and you can get away with that because you're like, oh, I didn't know, man. I mean, you know if your dick's out, but your ball, I mean, that shit sometimes it can go a little fucking rogue on you, you know?
Yeah, I don't wear underwear. What the fuck would I know? I'm wearing a 1-inch inseam. I just figured that my sack was all in there.
Testicles.
Sorry, baby, the ball has a mind of its own. It's just roaming around.
Happens. Jesus Christ.
See, YouTube, this is why we ask you at this point in the night to give us topics, because this is where we go. This is where we go when you guys don't help us.
All right, so if you had to wear a kilt, would you wear underwear, yes or no?
No, I wouldn't wear underwear if I was wearing it.
That is the topic.
3 least favorite beer styles.
3 least favorite?
Shitty, sucky, and craptastic.
Now, are we including adjunct lager and adjunct light lager? Because if we're adding those, it's an easy thing.
Flavor malt liquors.
No, actual beer, not just water that's been.
Well, as much as people don't want to admit it, an adjunct American lager and an adjunct American light lager are actual beer.
Anything with a
I just see dancing. I don't see an answer.
Anything with the word session in front of it. Fuck that shit.
The first 3 beers that Brimstone ever brewed.
Actually, their first beer they put out commercially was their Stonefire beer, the double. It was a Belgian double, Blackfire, I think it was called, and it was actually really good. And then they put out Albion and Drummer Boy, which was a pale ale and a blonde ale, and those were not very good.
The Cranberry Dunkelweizen was very solid.
It was very solid. I will agree with you. You know what? The first year of the festival, they had better beer than the second year.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
I'll say for me, light lagers. After that, I would go wheat beers. No, I would not go wheat beers. I go Crystal Weizen, then I go wheat beers. Those would be like the 3 ones that I'm not as interested in. Like, I like a lot of wheat beers, but they're not the style I'd gravitate towards. Like, if someone says, "Here's our fucking something wheat," I'm like, I'm not excited at all. I don't really give too much of a shit. But if someone said Crystal Weizen, I'd be like, fuck you, I don't even want to drink that shit because there's going to be no fucking flavor. And then you go fucking light lager, and I'm like, okay, even less than no flavor. And if you're lucky, you'll get an off flavor. And yeah, fuck you, I'm not going to drink that shit. So those are sort of the styles I don't like.
Okay, for me, myself, then, I would go Pilsner, and you all know how I feel about Pilsners. Then I would go an American wheat, because I think an American wheat has even less flavor than a crystal wheat.
True.
And lastly, you know what? I'm going to say this, and it's going to piss people off, but I'm going to say straight up IPA, just because everybody has one.
Nobody's
So many
watching.
of them taste the same. Nobody's watching, probably. You're right. Now let's check. Yeah, there's 5 viewers.
Oh crap!
But yeah, so and an
Ethan's
IPA period. Just there's so many. Some of my favorite beers are IPAs, but the style itself is just so diluted now because everybody has 1 to 3 pale ales, and they just. Yeah, it's diluted. There's so many of them out there. There's just some of them are so unbalanced. It's not funny. But yeah, and everybody has one. There are some that stand out, but it's become like the craft beer equivalent of the American adjunct lager.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
I totally disagree. All I do is drink New England style IPAs.
Joe, you sound like you should be on like a jazz radio show after midnight.
Ethan Flair.
Just like
Ethan Flair. Cut off your mustache. Cut off your mustache right now.
jazz or like a classical
right now,
music radio show.
This has been the best Joe has ever been. I just gonna say let Joe run with it because this is the best he's ever gonna be. Other than this, he's never gonna attain any other level.
Thank you, Lee Hogan. You racist fuck.
You were
Matt, go on.
Hi, Joe. How will you ever top this, Joe?
You can't do it. This is so good.
I'm doing
it's
what?
So fucking good.
What can I do?
I got my 4 least favorites if you want to hear it.
Thought we were doing 3.
Yeah, Jordan, you can't bring in an extra one. Break your own rules.
There's no extracurricular bonus. You don't get bonus points.
Who has answered this question so far? I've answered it. Lee's answered it. Anyone else?
I hate fucking everything German. Run Heinzgebot. Is that fucking fill the fucking void?
That's not what I asked. I asked who answered the question.
We have Hulk captains here.
I think just you two.
I haven't
Just us
answered.
two? Okay, we're going to go this way then, just so we get everybody's answer and we know we get them. Ethan, your least, your 3 least.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Chelada, artificially flavored chelada.
Cheladas.
How many cheladas have you had?
Artificially flavored. I had what was it?
Okay, so cheladas. What else?
Whatever. Okay, and artificially flavored malt liquors like fruit punch and Four Loko and stuff like that.
We're talking about actual styles.
Yeah.
And
that you drank before.
I'd
Cheladas
have to
is
say
not one
wheat
of them.
beers. I've only had one good wheat beer, but I just don't really care for them at all.
Wheat beers in general or specific?
Jordan, you ran away. Get back in your seat. You're next. Jordan, you're next.
Wait, oh, Ethan.
All right.
Okay.
In general, Joe.
Okay, I'll just.
Did you send me a wheat beer?
Well,
Everybody shut up. It's Jordan's time. Jordan has the floor. Jordan has the fucking floor. I'm going to drink from my titty glass.
Only 3, Jordan. Only 3.
couple guys here influenced me a bit. Cheladas are gross, but they're not.
They're not what?
Here, bro.
The Terminator? What's happening?
You froze.
Joe, shut the fuck up.
You got frozen, bro.
But I got cream ales, because, I don't know, never really got into them. Honey lagers or honey ales, honey anything, screw that. Radlers, and wit beers, because it's going to be Hoegaarden or something worse.
Wait, isn't that 4?
That's
Yeah,
like
he-
5
Yeah,
or
and
6.
this is your question, Jordan. Your favorite. Math. Nick, you're next.
Well, definitely light lager, but that's kind of a cop-out. I'm not really excited over brown, like brown ales, like English brown ales.
That's
And
pretty
definitely not
racist
over.
right there.
Like I'll drink anything really, and I'll appreciate a good style, but brown ale don't really excite me, and Goza, they don't really excite me either.
I haven't had enough goes that I know what it is, really.
How many cheladas have you had, though?
Matthew, you're next.
Let's see. ESBs, Marzens, and fucking light lagers.
I understand the Marzen thing.
Yeah, me too.
Mr. Frenchie, you're next.
I guess any beer that could be examined, and any beer that has lactose in it.
Did you say any beer that could be examined?
Shush. And because lactose, because they could just put the pump in the bowl, you would never know. But milk and brown ales, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
Because the bull, it's not milk. I'm telling you guys.
Bradley, you're up.
No, wait. I just gotta say, Guy, your
Lee, your
microphone
name's not
needs
Brad,
work.
you cocksucker.
Stop being racist.
I'm not being racist. I'm saying Guy's microphone needs some work because I cannot hear anything he's saying.
As a matter of fact, when you talk 99.5% of the time, you are racist.
Should I whisper like Joe and try to sound like a sexy deep throat DJ? No.
Brad, you're already sexy enough.
English IPAs, not my thing. Any beer that puts fucking chai in it, fuck right off with the chai already. Like, fuck you.
Who's chai?
I don't know, macro lagers, they don't fucking do it for me, but really, anything with too heavy of a Belgian yeast character doesn't fucking make it for me either. So, I don't know.
Alrighty, and lastly we have DJ Jazzy Joe.
I'm not gonna be
What's your
pussified.
answer? Sexy.
Brad, no pussification. No pussification here. I could go the light lager route, but I think that's just easy. And I think the specific question was, which do you like the least? And I could go Pilsners, could go Brown Ales, could even go Marzens. But I don't hate those. I don't really care for them. You know what I mean? And I think at the end of the day, American Pale Wheat Ales, which is what Chad and I believe Ethan is trying to get at. Yeah, I could go with those. Belgian IPAs can fuck off again, and fuck off a third time. And then, last but not least, triple IPAs, because the style doesn't exist. I'm good at that.
What about Crystal Weizen? That should be.
No, fuck that. I said that. Crystal Weizen.
Yeah, that was
my least favorite.
One thing that I've noticed from this panel is that there's a distinct hate for wheat beers in general. Specific wheat beers, yes.
I don't get that either.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan just said all wheat beers, which that's why I asked him specifically. I wasn't trying to be a dick.
I'm not going to say all wheat beers is the same. Crystal Weizen and North American interpretations are usually goddamn fucking garbage.
The vast majority of North American wheat ales or pale wheat ales, if you classify them as them and they're just wheat beers, they're shit. There's some places that do good Belgian style representations that are okay. But most of the time, if they're like, hey, this is just an American wheat ale, you want to fucking kill everybody. At least I do. Framingham is fantastic.
And Crystal Weizen is a goddamn abortion of the style. It really is.
And I would drink a Crystal Weizen any day of the week over an American wheat.
I
only drink stuff from Hill Farmstead, so I don't know what you guys
I fucking wouldn't. American wheat, at least there's a promise you're actually...
Every American wheat I've had has had absolutely no taste.
Okay, well, the ones I've had, at least you're going to taste the fucking wheat. Compared to a Crystal Weizen, you're not
like
even going to taste the fucking wheat.
I've had what are the American wheats here? There's Molson Canadian wheat. There's the Stereo Vision from Flying Monkeys. There is a bunch of them from the U.S. that I've had, and they've all tasted the same. They've been nothing. Where Crystal Wheat, you at least get some wheat. You get some wheat testers, and that's.
The couple I've had have not been like that. I would actually drink Molson Wheat over any Crystal Weizen I've ever had.
I want to ask you guys a serious question. How many chiladas has everyone had? This is an honest question. If you've had a chilada, or how many you've had, because Jordan mentioned one of his least favorite. Ethan mentioned it, but I am still trying to figure out how many in the style they've had. Because like if you had one or two, I don't know if you can say you hate a style, because there's still
you sent me the Bud and the Bud Light, and the Soul, right? Soul as well.
DJ sent the Soul to you.
Yeah. So
Soul was actually passable.
I've had 3, and yeah, the Soul wasn't bad. The Bud and the Bud Light weren't horrible as much as they looked horrible and smelt horrible.
I think if you don't like tomatoes, or tomato juice or tomato soup. You're just not gonna like those. So if you don't like that, you're already at a severe. It's like someone going into like a wit beer and like, I don't like coriander. Well, guess what? You're kind of fucked. That's just, you're fucked. You know?
No, it's like you're a spokesman for the fucking tomato lobby.
I am a big fan of tomatoes, specifically throwing at people.
I love coriander. I love cilantro. All that stuff. Favorite spices. I just don't like wit beers because it's Hoegaarden or worse. That's all it is.
No, it's not. But
well, I mean,
sure
for you, if you think Hoegaarden's the best, I've had many better than Hoegaarden. You feel it's the best beer?
Silly, no.
Well,
I like how Joe has been listening to Stern for the last hour.
I have not been listening to anybody other than the all fucking crazy bitches in this BDU right now.
You're listening to Stern.
No, he's listening to himself. That's the problem. Joe is all
not
up on himself
listening,
right
listing.
Well, he's got to get
look up listing, boys and girls. Listing.
Listen, Lee.
Your leg is showing.
You're sitting there looking all sexy, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's just not a goddamn thing you can do about it.
Well, there's nothing I need to do about it, Joe, because
how about you stop being
I am
sexy somehow?
I don't need to change that.
Joe, what
change
came in that box on your
Joe.
bed?
That is so. Yeah, my actual channel will be starting very shortly. So yeah, you guys.
I look forward to that shit because
it's going to be all the reviews are going to be like this. It's going to be like, hey guys, Joe here.
Hey, look, it's average Joe.
You still haven't answered what's in that box on your bed. It looks like an Amazon box.
It's a tripod.
Hey guys,
yeah. It's a nice new tripod.
Joe, look at me. I'm really lame. This is my channel. I'm not going to say anything that's interesting
retired.
or original.
Is that a retired Lee? I think that's a retired Lee. Or is it a
retired
retarded Lee?
Is
it a retarded Lee?
Did you say retired or retarded Lee?
Both.
This is my channel, guys. Nothing is going on it. My channel is bullshit. My channel sucks.
I'm retiring for the night. I'll talk to you folks later.
See, now you're pissing it off. I hope
Nicholas, you have a wonderful evening, and good night to you, good sir.
Nick, the quality was very good tonight.
Now,
you look extra sexy.
Yeah.
Lee, I'm going to send you the date of the beer festival next year early, and you better get the fuck off. That's
He's
all
retired.
I can say.
He's retired. He's not coming. He's retired. And retarded.
Listen, I'm average Joe, and I don't know what I'm talking
He
about.
refuses to answer the question because he knows deep down inside he's not coming. And that makes him afraid to tell you. That's what's happening right now.
I think he just really doesn't like me or my house. I think that's what it comes down to.
Probably
I
thinks
think
you're
at this point, I think what it comes down to is I don't like average Joe. Because he's saying a lot of shit. He's really
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Did someone just say they love Average Joe?
That's what I heard. That is what I fucking heard.
Someone said they love Average
It did
Joe.
not come from this end.
Whose house did that come from? I wasn't
heard
watching the stream.
Someone said they love Average Joe, and I mean, I can't disagree whatsoever.
But where did it come from?
I have no idea.
pretty sure they come from my house.
From Matt.
I don't think Matt has people in the background loving me. I mean, I'd like that to be truth, but it's not.
It's not, dude. Where else did that come from? That was
I
weird.
have no idea.
Because if you come from here, Roy Whiskey's saying pretty much average Joe.
Maybe it was Jordan screaming from the bathroom as he's beating off.
Oh, it was Jordan.
Well, that's
I'm
probably
also,
possible.
I'm totally okay with that. I'm totally okay. That's endearing to me.
Massive Joe.
So to go back, Ethan, since you left, honestly, how many chiladas have you had? Can you specify?
I've had the Bud Light, Budweiser, and I've had I can't remember if it was Dos Equis or if it was Tecate, or, oh no, it was Modelo Chilada that they had down south.
So 3 chiladas.
So just 3, yeah.
Well, tell me, was it really tomatoey?
Don't
But
mind
those are the
Lee's
only ones I
constipated.
actually saw too. I've never actually seen any other ones.
Because
So-
no one in America wants to drink that. They don't. In North America,
Here's average
but not
Joe
here.
speaking for America again. He's just sitting here going on and on and on. Hey guys, I'm from Buffalo. I'm speaking for America. I'm sorry, you're not even speaking for Buffalo at this point. You're just a bitch.
When did we switch to doing reviews?
Hello, April.
Hey, what's up?
Hello?
Hello.
Not much. So Lee, just because of what you said earlier, now I am going to be opening a bottle of cognac barrel-aged Scotch Silver.
I'm at the end.
It seems my words have worked.
The freezer though, I gotta give it a little chill, baby.
Excuse me, you put that in the freezer?
Well, yeah. I'm not gonna drink it warm. What are you, crazy?
Okay, Ethan Terrio, you need to just settle down.
Okay, so we have a newcomer here. We have shut up, everybody.
Alright, sorry, King.
Everyone just shut the fuck up for a second. We have April on here. Hello, April. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I'm glad to see this channel. I've worked in a liquor store for like the last 10 years. I love some beer. So I'm hoping we can have some great conversations.
Right on. Are you drinking anything tonight?
I'm drinking some Bud Ice tonight, but I mean, it's cool.
Are you watching your TV loud?
Yeah, I'm kind of watching my TV and my laptop at the same time. I've never done this.
No, that's all right.
Oh. So it's hot outside.
So because you were a freaking kid, Matt, when you said that, because I was just gonna say the same thing. It's like
because we were talking earlier about aging beers and cellaring beers and all that, I thought I'd go and grab this, which is my last bottle of Leafman's Cuvée Brut.
Hello.
Which at this moment is this is 4 years old, but it's best before April 10th, 2023.
Too fresh.
That's a beautiful beer, man.
Wait a few years.
Is that an expensive beer, Chad?
When it was available here, it was like $3 something a bottle.
Oh, not bad at all.
It's like 10 now.
I can't get it in Ontario anymore. This is my last bottle of it.
Turn it upside down! Crazy motherfucker!
You forgot how to drink beer?
That thing is gonna be a fucking funk bomb.
He's gonna
6% alcohol by volume.
Why you don't want to hit the blunt?
I did it the blunt. See, on TV. Yes!
That's
you have a new member here, Chad, that you did not meet because you were in another room getting an aged beer that probably smells like ass. So.
Yeah, that's right, Chad. You need to start welcoming people. Oh, shit, you dropped that.
See, and I'd highly advise you to change your glass. I'd imagine. Or not. I mean.
Cleanse your palate with wasabi.
Oh, she's gone now anyway. So here we go.
that was like
we have a new member. Oh, she's gone now.
That was 1 minute where this was remotely cool, and then it just sort of dropped off.
April, if you come back, I am welcoming you. I welcome everybody.
As he pours his fruit beer into a glass with boobs hanging off it.
I told you, if a glass is sent to me, I drink out of it. I don't care what it is. I would drink out of the penis glass too. I don't know.
Oh, he drank out of the penis glass.
On the brief, like 1 or 2 minutes that she was on here, I get the impression that she would not care.
Correct. I feel okay. I'm going to.
So if April, you're still watching, please try to join back in. We welcome any new.
We do. We actually like new blood to the panel because we all know everything about each other by now.
Yeah, and honestly, we're really getting tired of fucking Joe. We're getting really tired of Ethan.
Yeah.
We need to cut them out of this a lot more often.
Here's the thing. The name of the show, Beer Dweebs United, the guy talking before me, no longer has a channel relating to beer. So, he is now all about this podcasting.
And what does your channel relate to, sir?
29 subscribers of pure awesomeness. I don't I don't know the way to
29
put it.
subscribers to some dickhead who doesn't do videos.
I think that's pretty amazing feat.
You don't have any videos, but have 29 subscribers.
I have
Pretty
29
impressive.
subs. I mean,
There's nothing amazing about that because I've seen people who don't do shit on their channel. They got 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, but he has nothing.
Is that Strat Beer or is that someone else?
Oh God. You're really desperate lately. I just want to say that.
Oh, was that me?
Were any of you subscribed to Strat Beer?
He is like, please watch my video, please.
No, he was watching earlier. He might still be here now, but I don't remember ever seeing him. And I lost my channel. Please resubscribe thing.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here thinking, who are you?
I just see him comment on literally everybody I'm subscribed to. And I'm not even joking around. Everybody who is a beer tuber that I subscribe to, which is like 25 people, he has posted comments on every single person's fucking videos.
And I've watched a few videos, and I mean, there are a lot of new beer tubers, but I try to watch at least 1 or 2 videos from each person. And I'm sitting here watching the video going, I don't remember you. I don't remember you at all.
I refuse to watch any of it on principle.
He is a Canadian.
I know he's a Canadian, and
that's all I got.
The same beers as me, and that's. And I think from the beers he drinks that he's from the Ontario area or near the border, but I don't remember him. And I'm sitting here looking at his face going, I don't remember you. And it's not a bad thing.
The comments he leaves on my YouTube channel, it's like the sounds of desperation. It's just like, please watch my video. So
the name is Strat Beer, but I don't know what his name was before. If he actually had the channel,
it was different. I forget what it was.
Yeah, it definitely was.
I don't recognize that at all.
He like Jordan lost his channel and then.
If he's watching, stop. Just stop commenting. Just stop it.
Stratty's from Ohio. He's from Ohio.
Oh Jesus, he's probably like Dave and Ethan.
I was
I don't have a problem with the guy, but just stop. Stop.
No, I was letting Strat know that Ethan's from Ohio, so.
Yeah, don't take anything he says for heart. I actually like some of the videos he posts. I'm just sitting there looking
like his
at him
videos
going,
too.
Who are you? I mean, just because of that comment he posted, I'm like, I don't remember you.
Wait, he has videos and you guys watch them?
Yeah, it's like Black Sabbath. Who are you?
Well, he only posts like 1 video every couple of weeks or so. So I'll watch some of it. Yeah, I don't hate the guy. It's just every video he comments, he's always like, please watch this video or please watch that video.
Oh no! Don't do that. Stop, dude.
But I never respond to him. But he just keeps coming at me with these comments every single video.
Ethan,
fucking
take
low
a deep breath. Ethan, take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath. You're okay.
Strat Beer, this is what happens when we invite Americans to the show. We're sorry, Americans don't.
Number one,
they don't know how to deal with reality. That's
number one. Strat, I am the most calm guy on the panel right now, maybe aside from Matt.
But you're kind of half, Joe. You're kind of. I hate to admit it. I really, really fucking hate to admit it, but you're kind of half Canadian at this point. So
I don't disagree at all. Like I'm pretty much like about 60% Canadian.
Well, you have no place to disagree, and you just need to shut up and accept it.
That's really mean, Lee. I felt we were bonding. I called you sexy earlier, and now this is how you treat me.
No, listen, dude. We are bonding, but I just can't pull any punches. I mean,
Can I try to sweet talk you?
I'll still make you my bitch, but I mean, you have to understand that things have to go my way and not your way.
When I do start my channel, if you could just send over all your guys who have subbed on your channel for beer, I would love that. That'd be great.
Hey, listen, motherfucker. If you like legitimately ever start a fucking channel, I will fucking whore the fuck out of you. I will pimp the motherfucker out of you.
Everybody.
Not that means anything. Because I am not a name in BeerTube anymore, or no one gives a fuck what I think. But I will.
Other than Greg. Greg apparently gives a fuck what you think.
Greg does not like you.
Yeah, well, Greg, go fuck himself. But I will send my 4 or 5 subscribers your way who give a shit. So
I'm sad that April left as soon as I got here. For all of you viewers, Lee has posted the link in the comments. You can click on it. What is it? There is 3 viewers left. Why don't you all just join us?
Yeah, just jump in.
Even if you have a microphone, just join us.
Yeah, we have one spot open. We just have one spot open, so just all join.
I'm not getting laid right now, so join us.
Yeah. Jump in, you bitches. You've seen us for maybe even years now, and you know us, you love us. Jump in. I'm probably gonna treat you like shit, but that's just me.
We have room for
Competitively.
2 people. We have 2 people.
Yeah.
Look at how Lee treats people he's known for years. So just imagine what he does to people he doesn't know. Like,
Exactly. I will jump on your ass, but everyone else here is pretty civil and normal.
that's questionable.
Normal.
I don't.
Hey,
maybe
hey,
normal for
debatable.
beer tubing. I mean, that's normal for beer tubing. I don't know about in the real world.
Yeah.
Hey, I actually have a topic to talk about. I don't know if you guys talked about it already, but I mean, we're kind of on it right now. It's Google Plus separated from YouTube. I don't know if you guys heard about that. I posted the link. I just didn't know if
I
anybody
thought that was
saw
going
it
to be
in
like
the
the
chat.
first topic they would do tonight, because
Yeah.
but it didn't get much play. I was surprised.
Yeah.
Wait, Ethan, is that your topic that Google Plus is separated from YouTube? That's
Well,
your
that's one
topic.
of them. Yeah.
That's your topic.
Lee,
Right now.
Ethan,
Lee, we're gonna need you to open your eyes when you talk.
Ethan, leave the chat now, sir, because that is not a topic. That is bullshit.
I thought that was gonna be. I thought that was gonna be a
Go away.
That was be a celebration, bitches. That's what I thought.
No, no celebration. Go away. You're gone, sir. You're
I think Lee has had a few too many.
Just like a total
Maybe not enough.
storm upon Ethan tonight.
What have you consumed this evening, Lee?
I think Joe should just shut the fuck up and start sucking the dick and
Just pull his beard back up a little
Lee,
higher.
only if it's yours, Lee. Only if it's yours.
Here's Joe on the
that's a
sweet.
lie.
Here's Joe on the that's a lie. Here's Joe on the sweet sucksy sounds of Buffalo K-Fag.
Sucksy? Is that a combination of
For any of you that
Coming
joined,
at you
for any of you that joined the Albino Rhino Gaming channel here in the basement and wanted play against
Albino
me,
Rhino Gaming channel.
this right here is your headset to talk into.
That's right.
So right here it goes back up here, and your cord is over here. I have everything all set up. We're all good. We're good to go.
I think Average Joe's running the streets right now. He's looking for all the really loose.
Here's your cord.
Loose, fleeting, sexy faggots he's seeing on the streets. He's looking for people wearing tank tops and short shorts, and Average Joe is
a little heavy on the piano, but I think you're gonna like it.
That's right. Average Joe is on the prowl right now, and he's
walking into a smoke detector. What do you got there?
Lee.
Yeah.
Lee, I cannot say this enough from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
I love you.
Oh,
well, that's really.
That's it. I'm out of here.
Ethan, you can join the fray if you want, buddy. I mean,
I cannot say this enough from the bottom of my heart. I am an ordained reverend, and if you two want to get married, I'm okay with that.
Wait,
I need you. You're about right here. You're about right here, Chad. You need to bring it down a little bit, just like maybe down here somewhere.
What, are you telling Chad to go down on you? Is that why you're?
Yeah, I don't go down on you. Sorry,
Chad,
Joe.
don't
It's
lie.
not going to happen.
Chad, don't lie. You know you thought about it.
See, I gotta say, Joe, that's really
Frank,
hot and that's
Frank,
really
look.
sexy
Look,
and,
is that you, Frank?
and all that shit.
Oh,
and
Frank.
and
you're on
Chad's got a dog going on there, and the dog doesn't know what the fuck's going on. The
Yeah,
dog's
don't
like,
get Greg in here. Greg will get all crazy.
Brad, to answer your question from earlier, Lee is that
Franklin.
drunk. He is talking into a smoke detector.
Oh,
And he's cut off by his name, and you can only see the top half. It looks like a smoke detector.
Oh, Franklin.
Doesn't
Is that the blue snowball? Is that what that is?
Is that just me?
Okay, bye.
Is
Bye,
that what it is,
Franklin.
Lee? Blue snowball?
Dude, I gave a girl a blue snowball once. She'd never call me again.
I was
Too
waiting
many
for it.
bong
And
hits.
this is why April Nunn left us. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
She
that's
left
really
us.
unfortunate.
She left us because you weren't here.
So
Yeah,
what,
I was
what
the
happened
little-
for that minute? Did she actually have some conversations?
She came in, said she works in a liquor store for like 10, 11 years.
2
And
years. She didn't say 10 or 11.
She said 10 years, dick.
See, here's the thing: if
Did
Joe,
she?
and,
Oh.
Ethan,
I
if
think
Joe
she
and I
did.
ever got married, it would not be for love; it'd be for tax purposes, and that's about
I
it.
just assumed you guys all knew.
That's very true.
I don't know. Someone said they love
And
Average Joe.
methamphetamine.
That's Jordan. Is there someone in your house that loves Average Joe, other than you, of
Because you
course?
see, Joe, if we
It
got
was-
married,
it
I
was
would
Jordan.
I'd just have a lot of chicks on the side. That's all there is to it. But we could probably propagate a really good tax scam.
Lee, this is what we should do. We should do a dual beer review exactly like this. I think it'd be the greatest thing ever.
That would confuse a lot of people, and the best thing about that is that would be incredibly awesome. So
You know what
I agree.
the hardest part about that review would be you'd have to review one specific beer, and it's hard to get.
Foster's?
You'd have to go out of your way to get sexual chocolate and sit there and talk like this. Imagine talking like this, reviewing sexual chocolate.
That's
the
right,
whole
baby.
time.
Sexual chocolate.
I think we're taking it to a whole nother level. We're gonna do examinations just like this. Everybody, that is the only rule, is everyone has to, talk like you're on a fucking talk show.
And you have to list
Guys,
list the port.
Guys,
Oh
drinking
my
this
God.
Coors Banquet beer, which isn't available in Canada. Oh, it is? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Jay Terrio. I had no idea.
Yeah, Cheerio is just like cream his pants right now, ladies and gentlemen. He is coming so hard that he can't even do a video right now.
It's funny
He's doing an examination.
It's funny because Joe's doing like some like pseudo Barry White thing, and Lee is doing some I'm drunk Elvis about to die on a toilet thing. He's like,
that is all I ever do. That's all I ever do, Matt, because I am always that way. So you're trying to make fun, but really you're just
No,
pointing
I'm
out the
not.
obvious.
Yes.
I see you clapping and laughing, and I know you're making fun, but really that is the way I am all the
If
time.
there was a nail there, I believe Matt would have hit it right on the head because he's 100% correct. You do come off as a. I can't even repeat it.
I broke him. Yes,
he broke him.
You did.
The massive beer reviews is the man right now because he had just broke Joe, and Joe is a bitch. He's laying there crying in his
Now
field.
now they're taking it to another level. I have to do Death Dear Road in the.
No,
in the
don't
Barry
do Death Road,
Death
baby.
Road.
Don't do that. Don't stop with the Death Road, baby, because you're gonna get me fired on Death Road.
Listen,
I'm gonna
Matt.
start talking that.
Matt Kong Bundy.
Tyler Bundy, if you're watching.
Oh,
Tyler
man,
Bundy, if you're watching
come
right
on
now,
now.
the Bavaria Extreme video has been posted for.
Don't even talk about the Bavaria Extreme Big, because I'll take over. I'll step there. I will punch that like I punched Tully Blanchard for so many years, baby. I will take Tully Blanchard, put him in a headlock. I'll punch him in the face. I'll punch him in the nose. And that is the way I feel about your beer reviews right now, baby. Because Dr. Road, you can stop it right here. I'm the Bull of the Woods. You don't talk to Bull of the Woods that way, baby. I don't give you Ric Flair. I don't give you Tully
Can someone
Blanchard.
cut that guy's mic?
Anderson, you're a bitch. On Anderson, you stalk there. You talk to me like that. On Anderson, I will come over there. War game.
And there it is.
The greatest thing is no idea what's happening right now. Not even a little bit.
No.
You'll figure it out. Let Drunk Lee go. One
He
Mississippi.
cut his rein off.
3 Mississippi. He's here.
I just unmuted myself, baby. You shut the fuck up on
Did you have a lot of fun cutting that promo on that smoke
I
detector?
did.
Was that enjoyable?
I had, and I'm so sorry that it was not
It's
live and no
not
one
a
could hear it.
detector. It actually reminds me of a mosquito coil.
Shut the fuck up.
What's up, PA Brunez?
He probably doesn't have a mic or a camera.
Oh, Paul, not
What
again.
is he on here?
Anyway, since none of the 4 viewers we have any comments left for us, I guess I'm going to go offline.
Oh,
Thank you guys.
listen,
Don't
Paul
worry,
just-
I'll be in tow. You have about 25 seconds to post something. I'm going to watch my Gmail account for 25 seconds while I drink this beer. I'm going to drink this beer for 25 seconds. If
we have no comments from
any
Paul.
of our 4 viewers join us, we'll stay online. If they don't, we'll go offline, and you still have the chance to join us online offline because we always sit around for a little while.
See, Paul is questioning whether I wanted to fuck Joe or whether I'm shit-faced. And
a little bit of both.
Neither of these things are true.
Actually, one of those is true for sure, and the other one is a question mark as of right now.
Now listen, baby, Dustin Rose does not want to